your Street 919 DJs. Walk with your coolers. Walk with your food. We board at 2 p.m. at Sail Promptly at 3 from the Pigeon Point Jetty every day. Tickets cost $200 at Island E-Ticket at 919 offices in Tobago. For more information, call 485-3862. Time off the Tobago Carnival pre-pump from Monday 17th of October till the 21st. Aboard the Embassy every day.
Your Tobago Carnival experience begins here. The ultimate carnival premiere event. The first premiere event of Tobago Carnival 2022. Your event celebrity cast starring Showin Winchester, Kamanabi, Viking Ding Dong, Swap Dance Swabby, Mr. Oscar B, the beautiful Adana, Mr. Iwer George, straight out of St. Vincent, Kimmy Fabulous, Patrice Roberts, the soca queen herself, will be gracing the stage live with all her massive hits. October 25th, Pigeon Point Beach, Heritage Spa. Are you ready?
Want to furnish your home in style? Stylish Furniture makes this possible. Shop using our affordable layaway options to purchase any of our modern sectionals, dining, living room, or bedroom sets, and receive a dinner voucher for 2 at Atelier's Restaurant and Lounge. For further information, contact us at 652-2542, 652-2688, and 790-1202. You can also visit any of our branches located at 101 Crackness Village, Princestown, and 51 Rushwood Street in San Fernando. Stylish Furniture, for the style in you.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iwer George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Broadcasting from Trinidad to the world. The Street 919FM.com. News from the Street 919FM.com. Here's what's happening.
Good afternoon. I am Vanessa Thomas with the 12 o'clock news on the Street 919 FM and online Facebook and YouTube on Iowa TV. In the headlines, taxi fares increase on some routes, some from today. The TTPS worried as the murder toll barrels towards 500. Government continues to insist that it cares about lower-income people as it stressed on fuel cards and utility rebates for the vulnerable. And internationally, we do apologize for that. We had an electrical break in our communication. Internationally, Nigerian flooding kills over 600 and displaces millions. And now the news in detail. Taxi drivers operating the Diego Martin and Piti Valley routes will be increasing their fares from November 1st. President of the Diego Martin Piti Valley Taxi Drivers Association, Kervin Antwine, says this is necessary following the recent increase in gas prices. Travelers on the Piti Valley, Diego Martin to Port of Spain route will now have to pay $8, short drops $6, all off-route $14, and all off-route short drops $12. Meanwhile, Belmont taxi drivers will also increase their fares by $1, while off-route fees will differ based on the destination from today. President of the Belmont United Taxi Drivers Association, Richard Vaughan, confirmed the price hike and said the association had already warned the traveling public that with the recent gas price increase, the cost of taxi fares will go up. Vaughan said this will be their first major price increase since 2014, noting that gas went up 7 times since then. Other taxi associations have also announced increases in price for other routes such as the San Juan, Carenage and Maraval routes. The Gasparilla Taxi Drivers Association also announced in their fares an increase in their fares by $2 from today. In other news, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service say they have set up several operations and initiatives to curb the growing murder toll across the island. With less than 3 months to go for the year and 463 murders already reported, the TTPS is worried that the murder toll will cross 500. In 2008, TNT recorded 550 murders, the highest. The second highest number of murders to date was recorded in 2019 with 539 murders. As of Friday night, there had been 463 murders for the year, compared with 320 for the same period in 2021. Meanwhile, coordinator of the criminology unit at the University of the West Indies, Dr. Randy Sipasad, said gang violence continued to be a serious contributor to murders in TNT and suggested that there needed to be more investments in social programs for at-risk communities, especially ones targeting youth. In more news, government continues to insist that it cares about lower-income citizens as it stressed on fuel cards and utility bill rebates for the most vulnerable. Finance Minister Com Imbert assured that rebates will be implemented over the next few months. He said 175,000 people stand to benefit from the fuel grant. Imbert noted that the decision to increase the cost of fuel was not taken lightly and that the government was well aware of the consequences. He, however, stressed that government do care about how it deals with lower-income citizens, and that is demonstrated by the fact that the government is giving a grant to 175,000 people. Imbert also noted that government will be introducing various systems to give benefits to the poor and the vulnerable to deal with the adverse effects of an increase in fuel prices. In more news, a 9-year-old boy was killed by a stray bullet in Enterprise, Chaguanas on Saturday night. Police say they received a report of a shooting incident on a basketball court near Africa Grounds around 8:20, and when they arrived, they found Jamal Modest with gunshot wounds. At the time, Jamal was playing at a nearby field with other children when a white panel van pulled up and the occupants opened fire on a group of men who were liming. The suspects missed their intended target and hit the child instead. The suspects fled the scene. Internationally, widespread flooding in Nigeria, Africa's most populous country, has claimed 603 lives and displaced 1.3 million people. The floods have submerged hundreds of acres of farmland and damaged thousands of houses, the Humanitarian Affairs Ministry said on Twitter. Of the West African nations, 36 states, 32 will be affected by the flooding, which is expected to get worse in the coming weeks. The federal government has already asked the regions to evacuate people and provide relief, including tents, medical supplies, and fresh water. And that was the 12 o'clock news on the street 919 FM and online, Facebook, and YouTube on Iwer TV. Recapping the headlines: taxi fares increase on some routes, some from today. The TTPS worried as the murder toll barrels towards 500. Government continues to insist that it cares about lower-income people as it stressed on fuel cards and utility rebates for the vulnerable. And internationally, Nigerian flooding kills over 600 and displaces millions. Do enjoy your afternoon and continue to be safe. I am Vanessa Thomas.
News from the street. 919fm.com.
91.9 is counting down 91 days of Christmas. Yes, 91 days of Christmas. It's karaoke, prizes to be won, giveaways. It's the 91 days of Christmas on the street. 919 FM.
I could sing a good serenade. Oh, it's Christmas.
Blessings in the wonderful name of Jesus. My name is Nikki Garcia, and you are invited to listen to the Final Hour broadcast every Monday from 12 midnight to 5 in the morning on the street 919 FM radio. Here, Pastor Helen Garcia and my husband, Pastor Valentine Garcia Jr., preach the Word of God. We can be contacted at 629-0113 or 623-8444. Tune in and prepare to be blessed.
As my life I lay it on the altar, as my life.
Tune into the street 91.9 FM
Every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
for the Repairing of the Breach radio program with me, Bishop Showinau Thomas.
The scripture says, "And they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places."
Thou shalt raise up the foundation of many generations, and thou shalt be called the repairers of the breach, the restorers of the paths to dwell in.
Don't miss it. Repairing the Breach radio program with Bishop Sherwin R. Thomas on the street 919 FM every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
Yo, this is a Big Mike, not the mass man, the health man. Are you one of the 40 million people suffering with joint issues like rheumatoid arthritis or osteoarthritis? Well, you are listening to the right ad. You have the ailment, we have the remedy. Call us now on 288-8301 or 346-2612.
Don't forget to tune in right here on the street 919 FM every Wednesday from 10:05 a.m.
Performance, beat all talk.
Join Pastor Kelvin Heinerine and friends for The Way, The Truth, The Life Radio Ministry, a Church of God ministry, live on the street 919 FM from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m.
This and every Sunday
on the street 919 FM. Jesus said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh to the Father except through me." John chapter 14, verse 6. For further information, contact 686-3845, 349-5178, or 342-7303.
The steel pan, the only musical instrument invented in the 20th century, is a reflection of the perseverance and innovativeness of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, which have always been central to our development as a nation. And the steel pan story epitomizes this, carved out of life and struggle and determination, rising out of the spirit of the African drum. The steel pan stands today as evidence of innovativeness, creativity, and passion for life integral to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. My name is Kwesi Paul. Join me each and every Sunday from 9 p.m. to 12 midnight on the street 91.9 FM.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down and beseech you on us who are members of the Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth, and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Public Business, Government Business Bills, second reading.
Honourable Senators, the debate on the second reading of the following bill, which was in progress when the Senate adjourned on Thursday, October the 13th, 2022, will be resumed. A bill entitled, An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September, 2023. Honourable Senators, thus far, there have been 23 contributions to the debate, including that of the mover of the motion. Minister of Culture, Tourism and the Arts.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and I thank you for recognizing me to contribute to this, my 8th budget contribution. 5 in the other place, and my 3rd in this Honorable House. But I have to tell you, Madam President, and you may not believe it, but this year I had absolutely no intention of being combative at all in this debate, especially coming out of a pandemic. 2023, fiscal year 2023, is incredibly important for the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts with respect to getting people back into employment and back into jobs. But more than that, Madam President, the opposition simply has absolutely nothing to add in this year's budget debate. And even Senator Mark, over the crosstalk, was wondering why I had been so quiet, why I had not been raising standing orders in this budget debate. And it is simply because there is absolutely nothing to object to. They have contributed absolutely nothing to this budget debate. And we have seen that, Madam President, in the debate in the House of Representatives. I have cut my teeth in the House of Representatives. And in the House of Representatives, with this UNC opposition, here's how it goes. The Minister of Finance moves his budget, he produces his budget presentation, and it is generally accepted, especially by the right-thinking people of Trinidad and Tobago. We wait until the response from the leader of the opposition. And the leader of the opposition, while we have to listen to the leader of the opposition generally offers nothing but recycled rhetoric. So what we have learned in the House of Representatives is that you really generally have to listen to one person. The one person who is the strongest speaker on the opposition bench, the member for Oropouche East. And when you listen to the member for Oropouche East in the budget debate, and you hear absolutely nothing of substance, no boss mark, no allegation of corruption, nothing at all that he could put to the stain of this government, then you know that the opposition has lost the plot. Not one headline. Not one headline. If you take, Madam President, everything that the opposition had to say in this budget, everything that the opposition had to object to, it comes down to one thing. Over the last 2 years, the government could not effectively spread the resources across all the sectors of Trinidad and Tobago. But of course, the right-thinking people in Trinidad and Tobago understand that we have just gone through and are now coming out of a COVID-19 pandemic that has brutalized and affected the world, far less Trinidad and Tobago, and that the majority of the resources had to go to saving lives and livelihoods. So there are some potholes and there are some things that have to be fixed, and those will be addressed in budget in fiscal year 2023, and we are prepared to do that. But that is all the opposition's arguments come down to. But the right-thinking people of Trinidad and Tobago know and understand that the bulk of the resources, people are not working. People need sustenance. You need medical supplies for the healthcare sector. Most of the money, most of the resources had to be put into the health sector. The right-thinking people understand that. So we know that the opposition UNC has lost the plot. So, Madam President, I didn't come here to be combative, to talk about them, but of course it would be remiss of me not to make a few comments. I heard my name called during the presentation from Senator Naked. And Madam President, I have to say that the presentation came across with great emotional instability. I have to say that on this side of the House, we have some outstanding practitioners of the Muslim faith. So through you to Senator Naked, we understand the sensitivities of the Muslim faith. But it is not the PNM's fault that the United National Congress was kicked out of Rienzi complex. It is not the PNM's fault that you found yourself upstairs at grocery in Central. And it is certainly not the PNM's fault that the headquarters for the United National Congress is upstairs a rum shop. But if it offends this honorable senator, we will describe it as a restaurant and bar. And if the honorable senator objects to the word rum, we will describe it as liquid elixirs that contain propanol and ethanol, that regularly, when consumed, can cause one to become inebriated. It is not our fault. The honorable senator went down a vitriolic diatribe, and notwithstanding his claims at credibility, he said he reads Nietzsche and all of that, he demonstrated that he knew absolutely nothing about how the macro economy works. So he complained that Senator Vieira's comments seemed elitist. But anywhere you look, and I'm extremely proud of Trinidad and Tobago, any student seeking to do research, anybody embarking upon a business plan, you do a pestle analysis. And one of the things that is most outstanding about Trinidad and Tobago is the stability of the political environment, the stability of the economic environment, the stability of its institutions. But with great misunderstanding of how the macroeconomy works, the senator sought to make reference to some situation that he went to the bank and he could not get foreign exchange. Of course, within the story, very confusingly, he said that the people in the bank called him and gave him 24 hours to come and get his allotment. So it means that it was available to him. But he is confusing in a small island developing state an imbalance in the balance of payments with general stability of the political environment and the economic environment. We are extremely proud of Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago has far outperformed and outshined, not just right here in the region, but worldwide, coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic. And on that side, all they try to do is to castigate and bad talk Mother Trinidad and Tobago. That's all they try to do. Senator Roberts spoke, not Senator Roberts, I'm sorry, Senator Naked, the Honorable Senator Naked spoke about a calypso, spoke about the mighty Sharo. Madam President, when the Honorable Senator was speaking, Senator Naked, a calypso came to my mind, one by David Rudder. The name slips me a little bit, but I know within there he sings, "Vote for we and we go set you free." A madman's rant. That is what came to mind. Then he went on to say that the Prime Minister is being investigated for something or the other. Of course, what he would not say is that every single day he has been writing the Commissioner of Police, harassing the Commissioner of Police, engaging in something that I could only describe as pestilential. So the Commissioner of Police say, all right, go ahead, just call him and question him. Not understanding the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, not understanding the powers of the Prime Minister, the powers of the head of state in the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. And that brings me back to Senator Mark. Senator Mark, I saw it as envious petulance. Kept talking about Balize House and referring to Balize House as this Tower of Babylon. Of course, empty rhetoric. It is no Tower of Babylon to you, Madam President, to Senator Mark. It is a tower of strength. It is a tower of intellectual capacity and prowess. It is a tower of moral rectitude. And when you, as a member of the United National Congress, you go there and you stand in its shadow, you must think to yourself, why doesn't the United National Congress even have a home? And Senator Jerlene John, as we touch on the matter of intellectual capacity, Senator Jerlene John, of course, it's all popular politics and popular rhetoric, sought to argue that with regard to these inflationary pressures, all of it coming from external forces, With regard to the inflationary pressures, with regard to the rises in the cost of living, Senator John's bright idea was to raise the minimum wage to $20. As a sixth form student of economics knows, they know about inflationary spirals. But even more basic than that, your policy is to increase the money supply where there are already inflationary pressures, where there is a lot of money chasing behind a limited number of goods. Your policy is to increase the money supply. It sounds good to the person who wants a little raise in the minimum wage. It sounds good. But of course, what we all know, the educated ones on this side, what we all know is if you increase the money supply, you give a raise, then the inflation is only going to get out of control, more and more out of control, and it is only going to cause more and more hardship onto the people of Trinidad and Tobago. How could that be? How could that be your policy position? But Madam President, that is all the attention I will pay to the opposition. We have very serious business to do, Senator Mark. Very, very serious business to do in fiscal 2023. Madam President, the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts and all the agencies under its remit and responsibility, we have been working diligently over the last 2 years, and we will continue working for the stakeholders as things normalize to ensure that everybody goes back to earning and goes back to jobs. That is our mandate. Very simply, we have been fighting very hard. So naturally, our focus in 2023 is on ensuring that every single activity that the ministry undertakes will impact the lives and livelihoods of all of our stakeholders. Whether the initiatives are in the accommodation sector, the creative sector, the tourism transportation sector, the sporting tourism sector, the cruise sector, every single place we must extract value. So, Madam President, we start with airlift, and I could report on airlift. In the last budget presentation, I was able to report that together with the Airports Authority, we had opened a new route and we had gotten the flight, a new flight. KLM had returned to these shores for about 20 years. They returned to these shores, and we have a flight to Amsterdam. That was supposed to be a winter flight when I had announced it in the last budget. But I can happily report, Madam President, that it has been extended all year round, and that flight has outperformed all expectations and flies with 75% load capacity. And they continue to bring a number of visitors here from Europe. We've seen visitors from Mumbai, from Delhi, because Amsterdam, where it flies from, is a major, major hub. And we will continue to ensure that that route is sustainable, and we will continue to market, we will continue to meet the executives, we will continue to meet some of the tour operators in Amsterdam and in Europe to ensure that that route is sustainable for the long term. Notwithstanding the disruptions that a number of airlines in the industry, of course the travel and tourism industry being the hardest hit in this pandemic, but notwithstanding those disruptions, quite a number of airlines have returned, I can report, to flying into Trinidad and Tobago. British Airways have returned from Gatwick, and they fly into Trinidad, they fly into Tobago, And from next year, I believe from second quarter next year, they will fly directly to Trinidad, not stopping in St. Lucia. So that as well is good news. American Airlines, United, Copa, JetBlue, Air Canada, they have all continued their flights from the major source markets into Trinidad, and Trinidad and Tobago, and we're extremely happy about that. And I could report here, of course I'll speak, we hope that it comes to fruition, but we also have reports that another airline will be flying from Toronto into Trinidad. So we will be able to report, hopefully, fingers crossed, in short order, that we will win another airline, another carrier into Trinidad and Tobago. And we continue to work. Of course, Caribbean Airlines has been kept whole throughout the pandemic, and Caribbean Airlines as well are getting back up to their 100% operational capacity. We're very proud of our national carrier, and Caribbean Airlines as well has started flying. So the Airports Authority, Madam President, along with Tourism Trinidad Limited, will continue to speak to airline executives. We will continue to visit the conferences to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago, we work as well with the Tobago Tourism Agency to ensure that we can attract airlift into Trinidad and Tobago in 2023 and in the years to come as airlines get back up to 100% capacity. With respect to PIACO, and I have to pay my commendation here to the Minister of Works and Transport. Now, Senator Paul Richards made a point yesterday that PTSE absolutely needs some addressing. There are some deficiencies there that need to be correcting, and I'm sure the Minister of Works and Transport is very focused on that. But I have to commend him because the PIACO International Airport has once again been voted as the best airport in the Caribbean and the third best in Central America and the Caribbean. So notwithstanding the COVID-19 pandemic and the disruptions, the Ministry of Works and Transport, the Airports Authority have maintained the operations, and it can once again be voted as the best in the Caribbean. You know, the sub judice rule prevents me from talking about the PIACO airport case, but I'll stop there. Madam President, with respect to visitor arrivals have been slowly but steadily returning to pre-pandemic levels, and we have been increasing month on month since the reopening of the borders and since January 22, and it is projected that we will end, when considering the 2019 figures, we will experience 65% of those figures. So we are getting there, and we are seeing a number of advanced pre-bookings, especially for the carnival season, especially for the Christmas season. We are seeing advanced bookings with respect to flights and with respect to hotels. So we are getting back up there with respect to our arrival figures. With respect to our occupancy rates for 2022, we have also been slowly returning, but steadily returning to the pre-pandemic levels of around 65 to 70% for Trinidad and Tobago. At present, they are around 45%. So we are getting up there, pre-pandemic levels being 70% occupancy level. We're getting back up there, and we expect that to drastically increase in December 2022 and in January and February of 2023. And only today, Madam President, in scanning the newspapers, we see in Tobago, because of the festival, because of the Tobago Carnival, the Tobago hoteliers and accommodation providers are reporting full occupancy and full capacity. And we support the THA. We support the THA. We have supported the THA in making the announcement, in making the move, and we have supported the THA throughout. And I commend the THA. I commend the Secretary for Tourism, Transport, Culture and Antiquities, Tashia Boris. And we commend the Chief Secretary, Farley Augustine, for making this move. Tobago will understand the power of festivals with respect to the tourism sector, and we hope that they can only build upon this Tobago Carnival. We wish them all the success, and we hope that they can only build upon it, and that the Tobago hoteliers will continue to see full occupancy rates. Madam President, Senator Naked spoke about sporting events, and that the Honorable Minister of Sport only gave 2 lines about sporting tourism and so on. So I could report on sporting events today. We're not sitting back and simply waiting for the arrival figures and the occupancy level and the tourism numbers to return to the pre-pandemic level. We are actively working at winning sporting activities, sporting tourism activities here in Trinidad and Tobago. And we've been working through Tourism Trinidad Limited and Sport TT. We have been working to win a number of these major events. Of course, we have the Brian Lara Cricketing Academy, world class. We also have the Aquatic Center, the National Cycling Velodrome, the Queen's Park Oval. And of course, Madam President, happy to announce, we also have the newest to emerge, the first-class sporting facility in Diego Martin, the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. And we continue to use these sporting facilities to build our sport tourism product. We understand the economic impact of sporting tourism. We understand that tourism is labor intensive. The tourism sector is labor intensive, and tourism arrivals, the subsequent visitor spend, that money gets into the pockets of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. That foreign exchange that we receive is what the bank will use to provide Senator Naked with his allotment when he goes to the bank. So, Madam President, in 2022, even while we were still observing the strict public health restrictions, we were able to safely host the leg of the ICC Under-19 Cricketing World Cup. So approximately 11 teams were here. There were approximately 16 matches. And when you think about that, you think about the economic impact that something like that, a tournament like that would have. We would have expected close to about 1,000 people. When considering the sporting teams, their families, when you consider the camera crews and all these persons who have arrived here for these games, it's about $1,000, and every one of those persons would be responsible for some part of visitor spend, whether it be $400 US, $500 US. So we think of those things in economic impact. The taxi drivers would have received work. The hotels would have received, their room fees. And of course, government would have received the room taxes, the same taxes that would have gone back into the healthcare system. So we successfully hosted the Under-19 Cricketing World Cup. It came off successfully. And of course, the ICC approved what I just mentioned, the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, as one of the venues to host the international cricket competition. Cricketing games were held there in the Diego Martin Complex. Madam President, we also hosted the Pan Am Age Group Swim Championships here in Trinidad and Tobago. In June, I believe it was, over 4 days, approximately 400 athletes 400 athletes, their parents, and all the accompanying persons would have come here where we hosted the Pan Am Games. You have Google, look it up. The Pan Am Games Age Group Swim Championships held right here this year. You probably didn't read papers during that period, but it was here. And the economic impact, again, with respect to hotel rooms, with respect to the taxi services and all the other services that went into tourism, we had that here. Also, Madam President, the West Indies versus India tour, we had 4 games here. It was well attended. It was well attended. Madam President, we also, of course, had the CPL. The CPL, extremely successful, extremely vibrant. We hosted some preliminary games here, well attended. People from all over Trinidad came out, and we had visitors here. We had a number of visitors here coming. The games were electrifying, and we have shown once again that Trinidad and Tobago, we didn't get the finals this year, but Trinidad and Tobago is the premier destination for the CPL. There is no more exciting games anywhere else in the region but in Trinidad and Tobago. So, Madam President, going forward, we will continue to work with Sport TT through Tourism Trinidad Limited. We will continue to work with the national governing bodies to market Trinidad and Tobago as a sporting destination where we can win and attract the international sporting events here. We will continue to work with them. We will continue to market our venues. We will continue to market the events. And we will continue to develop a very, very strong sporting tourism calendar. And in 2023, Madam President, apart from the CPL, which we expect to host, in August, we expect to host the Commonwealth Youth Games in August of 2023. And together with the Ministry of Sport, we will prepare to host that. Now, that is sporting tourism. If Senator Nakid has Google, he can go and check what sporting tourism is. That is sporting tourism. Of course, sporting tourism is also attracting teams down here to train, and we are also working on that. We are also working on that. But the larger events are what you will extract the most amount of value from. The larger events like CPL, like the Pan Am Swimming Championships. We have the Pan Am Masters Championships next year as well, Madam President. The larger events is what you will attract most of the value from. The CPL, yes, we will go to universities and invite them down here to come and train in warm weather, and they could go and take a dip in the beach. Of course, we will do that. That is sporting tourism as well. Madam President, we in the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, over the last 2 years, we saw and we understood how difficult those years were on the creative sector and on the creatives. And we've worked, we've consulted with them, we have looked at the science, we have looked at the infection rates, we've looked at the vaccination numbers, and we continued to advocate for the return of the entertainment sector, the cultural sector. And in December 2021, January 2022, we had several deep consultations, and we came up with a proposal and we advocated, and government gave the approval to host the Taste of Carnival. And Madam President, the Taste of Carnival, with a $20 million injection, was extremely successful. Extremely successful. You see, those there who do not understand what sporting tourism is, and those there who do not understand the festival tourism or the festival sector, expected that government would make some sort of profit. It was not about profit. It was about injecting some stimulus, having some safe zone type events, having a return to events, and allowing the persons who are involved in the event sector, from the artists, the musicians, the persons who provide stage, the persons who provided security, the persons who provided janitorial, cleaning, marketing, everybody could have gotten back into that events economy and begun to earn a little bit. And it was extremely successful. And the doomsday sayers, the doomsday predictors on that side felt as though, well, the infection rate will explode. What you doing? You're going to kill us. And it did not happen. It was held safely. The infection rates did not spike. And as a matter of fact, Madam President, the Safe Zone Carnival was such a success and such a studied event that was what had motivated the health officials to take a closer look and to begin to ease the restrictions. And that is what it did. It was extremely successful. And we will continue to fight for them as the creatives and persons involved in the event sector come out of the COVID-19 pandemic, come out of that very disruptive period, and they return to normal work, and they've been doing extremely well. They have been doing extremely well. Our creatives have been flying the flag abroad to all the different carnivals, and people are preparing. From all the indications, Madam President, Carnival 2023 is almost sold out. People cannot wait to get back. And it is really not getting back into the wine and jam, or as Senator Naked describes it, as he castigates it as the stink and dirty. It is an entire economy of people who can create, who can earn money from this creative sector. This is our lifeblood. This is our culture. And we return to that in 2023. The airlines are already, as I said before, describing advanced bookings. They're almost booked out. So, Madam President, I will not apologize, There are people outside of there, a lot of them on that side, saying the minister only like Carnival, the minister only like Carnival. But Carnival is our biggest tourism festival. Carnival is what brings $350 million into this economy.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you very much. So we'll continue doing that. Madam President, I think I really spent a little too much time on the opposition because I have so much more to say, but let me move quickly along. The hotel sector. Madam President, we have focused on incentivizing capital investment into the accommodation sector. We have done that because we understand what the accommodation sector means to the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. I know Senator Leida will get up and say a lot of things, but it has a lot to do with the creation of jobs during the construction phase of these accommodation projects, and during the operational phase, during the construction phase, at least 100 jobs are created, and during the operational phase, depending on the size, on average 100 jobs are created. But if you look at the supply chain, the spin-off of the accommodation sector, you have manufacturing, the people who give the cleaning chemicals, the people who provide the food. You have the farmers, the people who provide the eggs and the food stuff for these hotels. You have the taxi drivers, the tour operators, the incredible. So, Madam President, over last year, the last fiscal year, we were happy to see the opening, as government had supported, the Bricks Hotel, 159 rooms, in Port of Spain, Trinidad, and in Tobago, the opening of the Comfort Inn Suites, a 74-room hotel. 300 persons were employed, and over 200 persons will be employed during the operational phase. The Radisson Blue, Madam President, is still under construction, and we expect that in the second quarter of the next fiscal year. Madam President, I'm happy to report we'll soon be doing the sod turning for another hotel. $159 million investment at the Sheraton at Piaku. The Asa Wright accommodation property just received a $10 million investment. They're doing refurbishments and renovations right now. The Maracas Bay Hotel has just been purchased, and they're soon to do a sod turning for a major redevelopment of the Maracas Bay Hotel. $35 million investment. Madam President, this redounds to the citizens of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. It means jobs, it means employment, it means increased productivity. That is what it means. In Tobago, we have the Marriott Hotel, a 200-room hotel, $500 million capital investment. In Argyle, Tobago, we have another, Madam President. So, Madam President, things are bright for fiscal 2023. We have no time to waste on the opposition because we have work to do. We have to get down to work in causing employment, in causing jobs, and in causing people to get some money in their pockets coming out of a COVID-19 pandemic with massive lockdowns. So, Madam President, let me just take 10 seconds to announce the ministry also in recognizing that people...
And so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the street 919 FM. 91.9 is counting down 91 days of Christmas. Yes, 91 days of Christmas. It's karaoke, prizes to be won, giveaways. It's the 91 days of Christmas on the street. 919 FM.
I could sing a good serenade. Oh, it's Christmas.
The murder toll continues to rise. The nation is in mourning tonight.
3 people have been found dead. A soldier was shot dead.
A quadruple murder in Beverly Hills, Laventille.
Where are we right now?
We say bring back love.
Bring back love. Hope we end up here today.
Bring back PP.
Bring back peace. Be your brother's keeper. We say bring back peace on the street.
I want peace. I want peace. Bring back peace on the street.
Bring back peace on the street.
Bless the world with harmony. There's no greater time for love. No greater time for peace.
Eden is a place of exceptional happiness and delight. October 29th, 2022, we head to Bucco Historical Park.
What's that?
Tobago. This is Eden. The all-inclusive Sunset Garden Party from 4 p.m. to 11 p.m. Amazing food, amazing drinks, amazing atmosphere, and amazing music. For one night only, Nadia Batson live with her full band. Eden. The first batch of tickets are on sale, so get yours now. October 29th, 2022, we head to Bucco Historical Park. Nadia Batson live with her full band and special guests. Let's meet in the garden. Eden.
October will never be better with Tobago Carnival Fever. Book your passage and come on over.
The Street Mass in Tobago. Where the uniqueness of Tobago comes alive. With its creatives produce music, craft, mass,
furniture, and other memorabilia that ignites the history and creativity of Tobago. It's the Street Max in Tobago, right here on the street. 919 FM.
Team Colors of We and Create a Smile Foundation presents Cheers to Life. Cheers to Life, a charitable event. October 29th, Bear Top Bar, formerly Mari's Bar, on Eastern Main Road, opposite Wassa. Advance tickets cost $40 and 2 non-perishable items, or $50 by the door. Music by top DJs, live performances by Snakey, Eddie Charles, RKG,
she tell me she have nobody, but she says she will love,
and many more. For ticket information, call 296-4493 or 277-8740 or at the Bear Top Bar. This event is sponsored by K2K, Alarm and Sound, Pepe's Marketing, Street 919 FM, Everslick Auto Care, Manipul Branding, One Shot Photography, Bear Top Bar. Help make happiness a gift this Christmas, October 29th. Cheers to Life, the charitable event.
If you're experiencing pain, constipation, headaches, poor blood circulation, high or low blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, swollen or darkened feet, come visit us at Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. We at Health and Wealth Lifestyle offer a wide range of services. Come and experience our new 3D analyzer, which allows you to have a look inside your body. We also provide live blood analysis, iridology, ionic foot detox with foot soak and foot massage, aquatherapy, full body massage, and organic supplements on sale such as Nano Silver, Nano Zinc, Body Light, cold pressed sesame oil, and more. Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at number 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. For more information, call 275-8359 or 288-1108.
Join Nicole Huggins for Health and Wealth Lifestyle Tuesday morning from 11:05 to 12 noon. Right here on the street, 919 FM.
Every Friday, it's all about Fire Mood Soca Fridays with MC Duke and Selector Kochi from 6 straight to 9 p.m. blazing all the latest and past soca hits. So remember, make it a line, make it a day, rock and come in, you know. It's all about Fire Mood Soca Fridays on the street 919 FM. You don't know.
Hi Trinidad and Tobago, this is yours truly, Pastor Charles, streaming live from Port of Spain, Trinidad, Maraval Road, 91.9. Our services start from, 12 midnight to 5 a.m. in the morning from the first, the second, and last Wednesday of the month. We are going to have a TRME time in the presence of God. We will be praying, praise God, for our nation. We'll be praying for families. We'll be praying for those that are sick and those that are in need. Tune in to the best station, 91.5 FM Street Live, Port of Spain, Maribel.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m., to the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., The Law and You, and every Friday evening from 9 p.m. to to 5 a.m. All night prayer live, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He hath showed thee, O man, what is good, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. For further information, call 753-1113 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
In need of jobs entered into an MOU with Royal Caribbean and ensure that people were able to access jobs, well-paying jobs on cruise ships. And Madam President, I'm very, very happy to announce that close to 1,000 people have already received assignments onto the cruise ships. And the minimum pay is about $850 US, Madam President. So we're very, very happy to announce that, and we will continue until we reach the 2,000 figure. Madam President, I know you are looking at me, and I thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Senator Lido.
Thank you, Madam President. And Madam President, thank you for this opportunity in recognizing me to join in this debate to contribute to the appropriation bill for fiscal 2023. And let me start off firstly, Madam President, by congratulating the Honorable Kamala Persad-Bissessar, the Leader of the Opposition, for her stellar response to what is a wicked budget, Madam President. I wish to also congratulate my colleagues on the Senate bench on my side for all their contributions. And Madam President, after listening to the Minister of Finance and those on the other side who are trying to defend the indefensible here today, let me say unequivocally that this country, through this visionless and insensitive budget, has now been plunged over the edge. They're not standing on the edge, they are over the edge, over into the precipice and crashing to the ground, Madam President. This is a government that comes to a nation in blatant disrespect in replying and responding to the public outcry regarding the measures in this budget. And the disconnect from the suffering of the masses was so palpable that we now hear senior government ministers making statements to citizens that could only be deemed as disrespectful, Madam President. And it is within this context and with a very heavy heart that I respond to this budget here today. And in listening to the members on the government bench in their contributions in this Senate, and in their futile attempt to defend this wicked budget, a wicked anti-people budget, of what was presented here by them today is nothing more, and for the last 2 days, is nothing more than political rhetoric to try to defend themselves. It amounts to political immaturity in their defense. The delivery from the government side displayed complete and utter disconnection with the concerns of citizens in this nation and to the real issues impacting the quality of their lives and their livelihoods. And it is because of this level of hubris, Madam President, that I refuse to rebut them today. I won't give them that level of dignity today. I will not respond to the emperors on that side that wear no clothing, Madam President. I will not respond to them. The response from most sectors, however, and the populace is that this budget does not bode well for the economy. One popular response that stands out to me, Madam President, is coming from this lady, Diane Haddad, a very well-respected business lady in Tobago. And it is Diane Haddad that said that this was a lousy, a wicked, and an evil budget, Madam President. even, Madam President, even the now embattled Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, Faris Alwari, on that same TV6 program, and they stormed that program by Fazir Mohammed. He indeed said and confirmed that the budget will cause discomfort for the people. I hope you all heard that. Madam President, and in addition, I wish to quote from a Curtis Williams article in the Guardian newspaper of Thursday, the 6th of October, 2022. And this was only a couple of days after the budget presentation, Madam President. And I quote, "If there's anything we have learned over the last week and a half of the budget debate, it is how arrogance and hubris can damage any government's messaging and the extent to which the Keith Rowley administration has lost touch with the ordinary citizens and is now in need of someone to follow them around and whisper in their ears, 'You are just a man. You are just a man.' And this is why we say on this bench that this government is respectful, this government is disconnected, and this government has lost touch with the average citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. When citizens are crying out from these draconian measures in the budget, what does the government tell them? Everybody wants everything for nothing. Disrespect to the citizens. When persons have lost their jobs and struggle to afford the basics, what do they tell them? Ride a bicycle, go back to the coal pot. Disrespect, I say. And when ministers come and say to eat macaroni, stop eating macaroni, the cheapest form of food, disrespect to the highest order. And who could forget when our minister came and said it was not his job to make you feel safe? Well, that was high-class disrespect, Madam President. Madam President, we in the UNC will not stand idly by and allow this disrespectful PNM to run roughshod over these citizens. The United National Congress is a people-centered party, and we have respect for the average citizen, the everyday man, which this government has gone against. Madam President, when I woke up in the morning of Wednesday, the 5th of October, and read the Newsday article by Andrew Giannetti on the Minister of Labour, the article was headlined as follows, McClashy, and I quote, "It's not my job to give you a job." This is the Minister of Labour, you know. So I felt it had to be a misprint, Madam President. The question follows, well then whose job is it to help create jobs? And I put it to him, I will correct him, that it's not his job alone to create jobs, but it's the job of every single member on that government side to create the opportunity and the landscape for jobs to be created. It is your job to do so. And in layman terms, the Minister of Labour basically threw his cabinet under the bus, you know, Madam President, because he went on to say that to create jobs, the government has to do an all-government approach specifically. Government policies need to be there, legislation, the execution of fiscal incentives and plans in education and training, business expansion, direct investment, job placement, productivity, digitization and national security, all of which we know they have failed at, and therefore this minister has indicted them of their failure. And no wonder, Madam President, that the Minister of Labour's own constituency, there was protest this week when the Minister of Labour, who is also the MP who is there, responded to a Guardian newspaper where he said, there isn't a whole lot of work going on, you know. An admission of complete failure. So, Madam President, so to set the foundation of my contribution in this budget debate, it is important to assess where we are as an economy. I must state that I listened to the Minister of Finance intently during the presentation of the budget, as well as the subsequent media reports. And the most striking thing that comes out in the Minister of Finance is that he seems to have presented some alternative facts on the state of the economy. And we all know we're not entitled to our own facts. My colleagues present know that when it comes to the state of the economy, the first and most significant measure in assessing economic performance for the year is real GDP, Madam President. So the Minister of Finance presented what was the most ridiculous assertion by stating that the economy in 2022 has reached the highest per capita GDP since independence, of course, citing nominal GDP. But the facts speak differently, Madam President. The fact is that real GDP has declined by $36 billion from 2015, when this government came into power, to 2021. real GDP fell from 185.69 billion in 2015 down to 149.6 billion by 2021. And this, Madam President, is according to the Central Statistics Office. Right? So far from being the highest GDP since independence, it is the worst GDP of the last 12 years. In fact, Madam President, according to data from the IMF, when it concerns economic growth, Trinidad and Tobago's economy was such that it was the 9th worst in the world from the period between 2016 to 2021. So let me submit that there's no economist in mankind who will support the minister's outlandish claims about growth using nominal GDP. Madam President, on the question of fiscal deficits, the Minister of Finance made the claim that the government has stabilized the fiscal balance. However, Madam President, this statement cannot be any further from the truth. The reality is that the extra revenue this fiscal came by virtue of a war in Ukraine. I must thank Putin for that. And they still didn't manage to balance the economy, Madam President, balance the budget. The government has accumulated $59 billion in deficits in 7 years in office. And this equates, Madam President, to an average of about 8.5 billion per annum in deficits. A very stark contrast from when the United National Congress was in power, where we had an average of $3 billion budget deficit. So therefore, the PNM government has actually presided over the highest recorded budget deficit in recent time. I know Senator Hislop spoke about record lows. I'm just explaining to Senator Hislop what the record is. The highest budget deficits since we are an independent nation. So there's no position to make the claim that they have stabilized the fiscal balance. And of course, Madam President, fiscal deficits continue to be fueled by significant borrowing. Massive borrowing carrying our debt to levels up to 127 billion, an increase of 45 billion in just 6 years between 2015 to 2021. And these are just a few of the inaccuracies. But if we are to believe the Minister of Finance that all is well in this economy, then we should not be surprised today, or we should actually be surprised today, when we see draconian taxes, the removal of fuel subsidies. They even pressure the old people, the elderly. They have to pay now to go in between Tobago and Trinidad, Senator Hislop. And of course, the punitive fiscal measures contained in this red book of fairy tales that I've been reading from. Madam President, you listen to our Minister of Finance speak about revenue, about the $8.3 billion courtesy of war in Ukraine, added revenue, painting the picture that things are okay, even though we've heard from many senators here today that when that war stops, we will see the oil price and the gas price reduce. But why do we see punitive measures today? Why do we see such draconian taxes? But what do we see? We saw a government that instead of putting incentives in place for the middle income and the low income, we see our government bringing property tax as a burden to further inflict pain on the citizens of this country. What the minister tells you, Madam President, what the minister tells you is that in the same budget statement, is that the tax on commercial and industrial properties will not be implemented at this time, but sometime in the future, if that time ever comes. But what the government doesn't seem to understand is dotted through the landscape of the 14 regional corporations, towns and villages, are commercial and industrial properties that coexist with residential properties. And we know that these commercial and industrial properties contribute towards the wear and tear of the infrastructure, as well as a contribution towards pollution in the environment in these communities. Yet you are only asking the already heavily taxed households to contribute towards development and maintenance, while big industry gets away scot-free. Once again, proving the PNM's ideology that the rich will get richer, while the average citizens suffer under mounted taxes in silence, Madam President. You know, it was a debate earlier this year in a local government reform bill that the government indicated that 100% of the property tax collected from residential properties shall be allocated to the 14 regional corporations in which they exist. And I scoured through the bill, Madam President, when I was nearing completion, and I saw where it states, and I quote, Clause 10 of the bill would seek to amend the Property Tax Act, Chapter 7604. New subsection 3 would provide that the Minister of Finance may, by order, declare if agriculture, industrial, commercial taxes may be collected by the municipal corporation and what percentage may be retained. Now, Madam President, by this legislation, the Minister of Finance, a politician, a member of the executive arm of the state, can decide at his whim and fancy what percentage will be distributed to the corporation in which these entities exist and which portion will go towards the consolidated fund. Madam President, it opens up the door for the possibility, and I make no aspersions on any Minister of Finance, but it opens up the possibility of political victimization. And I say this because any Minister of Finance could now come and decide that corporations that don't fall under the control of his political party may only get 20%, and then corporations that fall under his PNM party may get 80%, Madam President. And then, of course, I just want to correct for the record, Senator Ibrahim he's a well-respected medical professional. But unfortunately, he may be following some misleading comments from his colleagues when it comes to property tax. Because, Madam President, the basic scrutiny of the estimates of revenue will show that the property tax is only anticipated to generate $50 million in fiscal year 2023, and not the $300 million, as the goodly senator mentioned. Madam President, this $50 million will amount to roughly about 3% of the local government budget and that the body spend. Therefore, 3% cannot be sufficient to account to really be supporting local government bodies. Yet this 3% will bring pain and hardship to the households that are being called to pay on it now, Madam President. And this is why we say, when a Kamala Persad-Bissessar and the United National Congress takes back the reins of power, it is in a not too distant future, we will be removing that dreaded property tax. Madam President, I would now like to take the opportunity to move on my focus to trade and industry development. Madam President, in listening to the Minister of Trade, again attempting to defend the indefensible, I noted one of the things that she said in another place while I was looking at her on television with regards to the government. And she stated, and I quote, "We will work with the stakeholders to create an enabling environment." The minister went further to state, "We will continue to implement and to advance our trade policies and the nation's national development strategy at full pace, and the success of these initiatives and programs implemented by the government overall is demonstrated in the positive performance on the non-energy side and in particular of the economy." Madam President, honestly, I respect the minister, but this has to be a joke. This claim by the minister is laughable, especially when you look to the Guardian newspaper article of the 28th of September 2022, which was headlined, and I quote, "AmCham TNT disappointed by lack of broad transformative initiatives in the budget." So I ask, what trade policies, exactly what trade policies and what national development strategies is the minister speaking about? Because it most certainly cannot be the policy on the ease of doing business. It definitely cannot be the timely repayment of VAT refunds. And I think the majority of businesses in this country, with the exception of a chosen few, would agree that it is now impossible and is now difficult with this unequitable supply of foreign exchange across the business sector in general and SMEs in particular. And I will go further in detail later, Madam President. But the Minister of Trade is not the Minister of Manufacturing alone. Let me repeat, the Minister of Trade is not the Minister of Manufacturing alone. Therefore, let us look at the performance in other key non-energy sectors from 2015 to date. So in terms of real GDP as reported by Appendix 1 of the Review of the Economy of the Ministry of Finance, Mining and quarrying, a major sector, declined by $10.76 billion from 2015 to 2020, and a decline of $6.6 billion pre-pandemic from 2015 to 2019. Construction, another key sector that drives this economy, fell by $3.3 billion over 7 years from 2015 to 2020. And even pre-pandemic, it was down by $1.5 billion. Financial and insurance services, another major economic sector, fell by $1.63 billion over that period. And that is just to name a few. But as the Minister of Trade and Industry likes to zero in manufacturing, let us focus on this sector now. The Minister of Trade and Industry makes an idle boast on a supposed increase in manufacturing. The Minister of Finance, in the budget presentation, chose to cherry-pick certain industries that showed growth over the last year in terms of manufacturing. But let us talk about the overall manufacturing sector decline here, Madam President. Here are the facts. In 2015, manufacturing GDP at constant 2012 prices stood at $30.9 billion and fell to $28.1 billion by 2022. Even before the pandemic, it had fallen to $29.4 billion. This means that manufacturing GDP fell by 9% over the 7-year period, a total of $2.8 billion in decline. The sector has not grown, Madam President, it has shrunk. But no amount of cherry picking or data will fix this. But what the Minister of Finance also didn't tell you is that the sectors that they cherry picked didn't grow as a result of any gifts or policies emanating out of this government. Rather, the growth came as a result of the private sector investment. Because, Madam President, it is from the hard-working business persons in this country who continue to fight to grow business in a less than desirable conditions, Madam President. And it is obvious that we don't need an expert to tell us that obviously coming out of a pandemic, when the world was shut down, I mean, they like to blame the fall or the decline in the years on the pandemic, but want to take praise for growing manufacturing. But obviously, if everything was shut down and you reopen after a pandemic as the world has, you will see manufacturing increase. You will see exports increase. But the selected areas he cherry-picked grew on the backs of the private sector. And the government must thank God that we have a resilient private sector in this country today. Because the private sector and their appetite to take risks is the only thing that is keeping this government and this economy from complete collapse. The point is, should the private sector be operating under more favorable conditions, the government would not have to come here today to cherry pick. They would not be reporting a 9% decline in manufacturing over the 7 years of their administration. Rather, they would be able to report an overall manufacturing sector growth. So what are these unfavorable conditions I'm talking about, Madam President? Conditions that not only the United National Congress, but many in the private sector are speaking about today. They are the ease of doing business, timely repayment of VAT refunds, and access to US dollars. Madam President, in terms of the ease of doing business, it has continued to worsen under this PNM administration. On last check from the World Bank, we were rated at 105 in the world, down in 2020, down from 79th in the world in 2015 when the People's Partnership demitted office. Everything, almost everything under the ease of doing business has declined. Starting a business steeped in bureaucracy, getting electricity long-winded, paying taxes, pressure, resolving insolvency, pressure, getting credit a nightmare, and dealing with construction permits a headache. Oh God, and trading across borders, pull your hair out as a businessman, Madam President. And so we don't need the World Bank rankings to know the problems that are facing the domestic business environment. We continue to hear their cries from the business people. Businesses and many of the different chambers, many of whom we consulted with prior to this budget and earlier in the year. So when we read the comments coming from the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Commerce, when we consulted with the Cuba Chamber, the Arima Chamber, the Chaguanas Chamber, and most recently the American Chamber of Commerce, they all agreed that the worsening of the ease of doing business was a major barrier to success. In fact, Madam President, one of the major issues singled out by AmCham and other chambers is the port and the unnecessary delays causing businesses to incur charges such as demurrage and rent. These contribute, Madam President, to out-of-stock situations that fuel loss of profit to the manufacturers and importers. But most of all, Madam President, it further drives up the price of food, building materials, clothing, and other basic necessities. And this inflicts further pain on an already frustrated citizenry, Madam President. Madam President, another major issue in the ease of doing business was the unavailability of foreign exchange. With the exception of the Exim Bank initiative, meant to benefit a small number of exporters and a select group of importers, the government has done little or nothing to mitigate against the difficulty, and in most cases, the impossible task of assessing foreign exchange by the private sector in this country. But particularly, Madam President, the small and medium businesses in this economy struggling. This major factor, along with the government's mismanagement of the economy, has contributed to the estimated by the Confederation of Regional Business Chambers that more than 6,000 SMEs shut their doors last year, and with thousands more holding on for their life. And by extension, this has contributed to the more than 112,000 persons that are no longer contributing to the NIS. But every business owner in this country can attest to it being a nightmare to access foreign exchange to survive, Madam President. And I, as a businessman, have to open accounts with 5 different banking institutions just to get a supply of foreign exchange. Even that is inefficient, Madam President. There are many businesses that have to resort to buying foreign exchange on the black market at exorbitant prices. And this further raises the cost of food and clothing and basic necessities. And let me remind you that this also places persons at the risk of breaking the law. As we know, it is illegal to purchase foreign exchange from an unauthorized dealer. And as such, I put it to this House that the majority of business persons in this country are breaking the law just to get Forex to survive. Madam President, the government boasts about foreign exchange through the Exim Bank. And in this year, in the minister's speech, the minister made a submission about Exim Bank, where he stated some 136 manufacturers with 114 or 84% of these manufacturers fall within the SMEs. But what he didn't tell us is how much or what percentage of the $395 million was given to these SMEs. And it takes me back earlier this year to a private members' debate in March in the Senate, where the minister had presented these numbers, spoke about 82% getting access from the Exim Bank. But when he read out the details of the distribution of US, we found that only 28.7% actually got to the small businesses, Madam President. So the big boys getting the lion's share. So, Madam President, so we understand what is going on here. There's not an equitable, SMEs do not have an equitable supply of foreign exchange in this country. And then, Madam President, VAT refunds now remain a major problem for the private sector. And this is despite the protestations and the self-praise of this government about some $4 billion that they've paid in VAT refunds. How much is still owing, Madam President? Is it 3 billion? Is it 4? Is it 2? But on September the 22nd, 2022, the day after the Minister of Finance read the budget, none other than Arthur Lockjack complained bitterly about VAT refunds owed to his company. And the article was headlined, Madam President, that, and I quote, Lockjack slams government for slow VAT refund payout. Lockjack stated, and I quote, "We are paying VAT and we need to get those refunds back because basically we cost our export prices without VAT, but we pay the VAT." And of course, Lockjack further went on to state that this was a tremendous blow on the cash flow of manufacturers. And then, Madam President, he said, "I think in my group alone, the government has over tens of millions of dollars in VAT refunds, long time outstanding." And of course, speaking on the fiscal measures in the budget targeting manufacturers, Lockjack finally said, you cannot incentivize us to get into exports and then penalize us with VAT. That is what came from a respected businessman and a business icon in this country, Mr. Lockjack. And as a potential solution, AmCham is recommending a net back or a net off, but I don't know if the government is prepared to listen to that. Bottom line, the government must pay back the VAT refunds on a timely basis. This money does not belong to the government. It belongs to the business owners. You are hurting the business owners' liquidity, preventing them from expanding. And in the end, what does this appear? It appears as though this government is using VAT refunds as an interest-free loan to the government, not even paying interest back to the business people when you're holding back their VAT. But when the UNC government returns to office, we will ensure a timely repayment of VAT refunds, Madam President. So, Madam President, everything that the Minister of Trade and Minister of Finance mentioned is otherwise in the budget debate is pie in the sky. If you cannot fix the ease of doing business, if you cannot find the VAT refunds to pay back the manufacturers their money, and if you cannot ensure an equitable distribution of foreign exchange to the small and medium players so that they can survive and eventually come like the big boys too, come on, then every measure in this budget is of no consequence and will provide little support to the businesses in trade, and particularly SMEs. Madam President, I move on now to agriculture. And agriculture under this government has been an absolute and colossal failure. One only has to look at the performance since they came into office to see a tale of abandonment of this sector. In 2015, and I hope all three ministers of agriculture are listening, in 2015, agriculture GDP stood at $1.47 billion. Agriculture GDP in comparison to 2015 fell by $530 million by 2021, representing a decline by 36% from 2015 to 2021. So, Madam President, this government has presided over a perennial recession in the agricultural sector. But despite the abysmal record in agricultural sector GDP under this government, they have taken no opportunity to make any meaningful change. Unless, of course, hiring a third minister of agriculture is their bombshell strategy. But the three-year public sector investment program between 2013 and 2025 booklet, the government included with the budget documents, it shows it's anemic on the sector. So when we look at what is in store for the next 3 years, we see just one page and a paragraph on agricultural sector output in the write-up, as well as some pittance projects in the appendix that do not amount to even $8 million for agriculture in the current fiscal period. Let me give you a few. $1 million for the rehabilitation of cocoa industry. Is that for real? 800,000 niche products, hill rice, honey, forestry and diversification. $1 million for local food production for strategic crops. 800,000 for farm to agro processing, and 1 million for artificial intelligence. That is shame, Madam President. These are poor allocations, and I cry out shame on this. Madam President, the combination of all three ministers' salary here today is more per year than any one of these allocations, Madam President. But under the last 3 years of the UNC government, we spent no less than $1.3 billion a year in agriculture. But when the government, this PNM government came to office, want to be shocked to see how the PNM slashed and burned $500 million from the agriculture budget, only giving them $831 million in 2016. They then cut it further to $766 million by 2017. And by 2018, they went to the lowest it has ever been in recent memory, down to $545 million, Madam President. And it was in the fiscal 2021 that the government came with what would be the biggest mama guy, which is this so-called $500 million to support the sector that never materialized in what was called the fiscal incentive program for farmers. This is where the government boasted that they will be taking agriculture expenditure up to $1.198 billion in fiscal 2021. And what followed by $1.2 billion
51(1), E, F, and G, respectively.
Members, Senator Mark is having a little difficulty in hearing Senator Leiter. I remind you that we are supposed to be silent when contributions are being made. Senator Leiter, continue.
Thank you, Madam President. This was again followed by $1.2 billion in 2022, and this year $1.33 billion. This is a mama guy embedded in this figure, which is this fiscal incentive that never reached the farmers. In the first year since returning to office in fiscal 2021, instead of the $500 million, you know they spent, Madam President? They spent a paltry $14.97 million. This is not mama guy, Madam President. This is deception. I don't know what else to say. Then in fiscal 2022, they reduced the $500 million, though it was not even spent. They reduced it to $300 million. Then we look at the revised estimate in fiscal 2022, and we see a further reduction to $225 million. And so the question is, where was this $225 million spent? Because we have not seen more agricultural access roads being built. We have not seen packing houses constructed across the country. We certainly have not seen agricultural sector GDP grow. In fact, as I outlined, Madam President, it declined by 36% in real terms from 2015 to 2021. So tell us the details of this $225 million spent. There are three ministers here. We want to hear from them. But what we did hear is from Minister Singh go on a sort of a rant about, I gave $100 million, 100,000 to Chaguanas, and 100,000 to Kuva, and 100,000 to Diego Martin. Well, I have a rant too for Minister Singh. There is Parade Lassini in Sandy Grande. There is Parade Lassini in Mayaro. Parade Lassini in Princess Tong. No access roads in Kuva. No access roads in Chin Chin. It's flooding in Chaguanas, flooding in Karani, flooding in Barakpur, flooding in Shagaramas, and flooding in Goodwood Park, Madam President. And why do I say flooding in Goodwood Park? That might confuse some of the members on that side, because that is where the #1 farmer lives. And he's been farming a set of goats in cabinet, Madam President. And Madam President, let me clarify that. It's an acronym. I don't mean the animal goat, Madam President.
Senator
it's an
Leiter,
acronym.
Senator Leiter.
Yes.
Please, you will try and rein yourself in a little bit. And if I could tell you, you have 5 more minutes.
And let me put it to you, Madam President. It's not, I understand where you're going. It's not.
Don't put anything to me, Senator Leiter. You just move on, but
move on and say,
yourself, okay?
Let me move on and say the acronym greatest failures of all time in cabinet. G, the F is silent, right? O-A-T, the greatest failures of all time. The F silent there, but the F not silent outside. Madam President.
Senator Leiter, please, I would ask you to please raise the level in a dignified manner, okay?
Yes. Madam President. Before I close, Madam President, I listened with great anticipation and intently to the new Minister of State and Agriculture, Minister De Freitas. And I must say, Madam President, I was deeply disappointed. I really had high expectations. I felt that this minister would have been the game changer, seeing that the 2 ministers before didn't work. And I was disappointed because for almost 25 minutes of the minister's 40-minute debate on agriculture was spent on political rhetoric and the balance with very little content. So in fact, I was surprised that the junior minister, Avinash Singh, outshined him. He outshined him that day. Minister Singh actually made a full presentation on agriculture. So I would like to give congratulations. Congratulations to those who wrote the minister's speech, the Minister Singh's speech. Congratulations for those who wrote that speech, Madam President. And then, of course, I listened to the Minister of Agriculture, the Honorable Kazim Hussain, and I heard everything my colleague and friend said. The minister said that after the budget, he intends to hit the road and meet with the stakeholders, the farmers. The minister said we will listen more and talk less. And while I can't blame my good friend, the Minister of Agriculture, for the absolute failure that agriculture is today, because he's just come, I must give him a chance. But I want to say to my friend, the Honorable Minister, that we in the United National Congress, previous to this budget and for the last 7 years, have been consulting with the farmers. And while this government has been in power, and most recently before the budget, and I want to prepare the minister for what the farmers are going to tell him. Because when the expo that this government spent millions of dollars on, when the lights go off in the expo, when the pomp and pageantry is over, and when the foreigners and the big shots leave the country, and when the agro processors who are on display had to continue importing the raw materials, the farmers will still be complaining about access roads, paradial larceny, lack of fertilizers, flooding, no technical veterinarian support, and land tenure needed to secure loans for development. That is what the minister will be hearing when he goes out there. And I am happy that this minister is prepared to listen to them, because it is painfully and woefully obvious that the past minister did not, Madam President. Madam President, I have a lot to say on paradial larceny, but the time is not permitting me to do so. Except to say, Madam President, that just last month, the paradial larceny squad issued a public statement calling for, among other things, the regularization of their tenure, as many of them are on short-term contracts. Many of them can't take sick leave, and I'm calling on the Minister of Agriculture to rectify these issues. You're talking about expanding paradial larceny unit and the investment in it, but deal with the paradial larceny officers that you have now. Give them security of tenure, Madam President. The minister has told me they're going to the CPO. They intend to go to the CPO. I take him on his word, and let's see what happens, Madam President. So, Madam President, as I close, my time will not permit me to talk about tourism. Maybe Senator Roberts will talk about that. But this sector is also suffering from a lack of consultation and neglect. And the only bright spot, Madam President, is that Tobago and tourism in Tobago, which is under new management by the PDP, Madam President. So, Madam President, unfortunately, what we see is a financial package that falls woefully short when it comes to signal to the private sector where to invest. We do not see where this government is diversifying the economy. And so, therefore, in the words of Diane Haddad, this is a lousy, a wicked, and an evil budget. And that is why I cannot, I shall not, and I will not support this budget, Madam President. And I thank you.
Senator Welch. Senator Welch.
Madam President, thank you for affording me the opportunity to speak to the appropriation bill for the year 2023. Madam President, the Minister of Finance began his budget statement, and one can understand the context in which she began it by referring to the difficulty of the past 7 years and referring to the fact that notwithstanding the difficulty which involved in the more recent 2 years, the pandemic, matters such as the plunge in oil prices, etc., nevertheless, we have survived and we have come out shining, comparatively speaking, because in such difficult times, he has pointed out that the IMF was avoided, even though there were pressures to do so. Devaluation was avoided with its consequent possible increase inflationary consequence. There were no public sector job cuts, no slash in salaries. Had any of these things been done, I would have joined in heaping criticism on the minister. And therefore, conversely, I applaud the fact that we were able to come through without any such measures. But if I may draw a cricketing analogy, when a batsman comes to the crease for a new innings, he begins on 0. He is not permitted to draw runs from his past 7 years and borrow runs and add to his present innings. Therefore, there comes a time when we must assess the situation by looking at it from the present point forward and not constantly drawing back. Our eyes, when we are looking at the future, we must not be looking at the future with our eyes, but seeing the past. Therefore, any assessment of this budget must begin not by reference to the past, but looking at it from this point onwards and assessing its merits. So having said that, Madam President, broadly speaking, when I look at the structure of the budget, it can be broken down into the fiscal measures which were presented towards the end of the budget statement. But at the beginning, there were some broader macro measures that were spoken of. I would like to begin by, because I do have some concerns about some of the fiscal measures, so I would like to begin by chronologically going through the end aspect of the minister's presentation and looking at the fiscal measures, and then with whatever time that is afforded, looking at the broader macro policies and pictures he presented at the start. So I would do it in reverse order. One of the matters mentioned as one of the fiscal measures for 2023 is the personal income tax allowance, the increase from 84,000 to 90,000. 6,000 sounds like a big figure, etc. But any fiscal measure must have meaning and significance in its net effect. And while 84,000 to 90,000 is $6,000, when one looks at the actual net effect of it and its significance, my calculation, and I have confirmed this calculation with others, is that what is really being put into the pocket of persons falling within that category is about $135 more per month. And if I am wrong about that, my calculations, I would invite the minister to correct me. $135 per month, when broken down into a week, really, Madam President, amounts to about roughly $31 per week. $31 per week is negligible. It has no impact on anyone as far as I am concerned. And even though the minister has indicated it involves a loss of revenue by about 450 million, then my suggestion is that that 450 million could have been channeled elsewhere, used more effectively, as opposed to a personal allowance which results in $31 more in the hand of a person per week. When one takes into account the price of fuel going up, when one takes into account inflation, that amounts to nothing. And what really drove it home to me is that I was in one of those mini-marts attached to a gas station in the area in which I live. While waiting to approach the cashier, the gentleman behind me was adding up the cost of his goods. And he says, in calculating the cost of his goods, he mentions, okay, so $20 for this loaf of bread. I am thinking, I did not know a sliced loaf of bread had increased to that type of price. If he has a family of 5, that's perhaps about 2 loaves of bread per week. And then along with his other expenses. So I know the Minister of Finance, in justifying this, referred back to the fact that this is the cumulative effect of other rises in the threshold that has taken place within recent years. And that is why I began my presentation by saying, when we are judging this budget, we must not be drawing on past. We must not be doing what a cricketer is prohibited from doing, trying to take 50 runs from his previous innings and add it to the now. This is insignificant as a measure, and it should have been channeled elsewhere. Mr. Vice President, the other matter which in my view is another bit of tinkering without much significance is the increase of the VAT threshold from $500,000 to $600,000. The minister speaks of the fact that this is going to impact the growth and development of small and medium enterprises. But there is no explanation as to how this increase is actually going to achieve that from the minister's presentation. My concern with the VAT system is that ultimately one should not be tinkering with it. It has given rise to a number of problems, some of which have been identified by the last speaker, Mr. Leiter, with respect to the issue of refunds. And ultimately, it may be a bold suggestion, but ultimately, Mr. Vice President, I am going to suggest that we have come to the time where we need to contemplate sometime in the future, not immediately, but the gradual replacement of this system, because it is not working for the reasons which I would point out.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the street 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
91.9 Bago Bashment presents On Board the Embassy Tobago Carnival Boat Ride Week.
Tobago Carnival Boat Ride Weekend.
Boarding at the Pigeon Point Jetty. Kicking things off from the 24th to the 30th of October. Walk with your food and coolers. Come experience October 24th. Pan on the boat. October 25th. ISO on the boat. October 26th. Chutney on the boat. Tickets are $200. Available at islandetickets.com or 91.9 FM Tobago. The party continues October 27th. Water on the boat. October 28th. Power Soca. October 29th. Groovy on the boat.
October 30th.
Trouve on the boat. Tickets are $200. Available at islandetickets.com or 91.9 FM Tobago. For tickets, call 814723-363-4030 or 368-1932 or check us out on Facebook at Embassy Cruises for bookings or email at embassycruises@gmail.com. Tobago Carnival Ride Weekend. 91.9 is counting down 91 days of Christmas. Yes, 91 days of Christmas. It's karaoke, prizes to be won, giveaways. It's the 91 days of Christmas on the street. 919 FM.
I could sing a good serenade. Oh, it's Christmas.
Tobago. Are you ready for Time Off? Time Off. October 17th till the 21st. Aboard the luxurious Embassy Yacht. It's the pre-pump to Tobago's Carnival featuring Iwer George.
Well, I want to see everybody mad in the fat.
Alongside your Street 919 DJs. Walk with your coolers. Walk with your food. We board at 2 p.m. and sail promptly at 3 from the Pigeon Point Jetty every day. Tickets cost $200 at Island E-Ticket at 919 offices in Tobago. For more information, call 485-3862. Time Off. The Tobago Carnival Pre-Pump from Monday 17th of October till the 21st. Aboard the Embassy every day.
The first premier event of Tobago Carnival 2022. The ultimate carnival premier event. Your event celebrity cast starring Showin Winchester, Farmer Nabi, Viking Ding Dong, Swap Dan Swabi, Mr. Oscar B, the beautiful Adana, Mr. Iwer George, straight out of St. Vincent, Kimmy Fabulous, Patrice Roberts, the soca queen herself, will be gracing the stage live with all her massive hits. October 25th, Pigeon Point Beach, Heritage Park. Are you ready?
Want to furnish your home in style? Stylus Furniture makes this possible. Shop using our affordable layaway options to purchase any of our modern sectionals, dining, living room, or bedroom sets, and receive a dinner voucher for 2 at Ateliers Restaurant and Lounge. For further information, contact us at 652-2542, 652-2688, and 790-1202. You can also visit any of our branches located at 101 Crackness Village, Princestown, and 51 Rushford Street in San Fernando. Stylus Furniture, for the style in you.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM every Thursday.
Study every Thursday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Mark chapter 16, verse 15 says, "Go into all the world and preach this gospel for every creature, for I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it is the power of God unto salvation."
It's all about the fastest growing reggae show in the land without a doubt. Right here on the Street 919 FM. Each and every Sunday from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. with yours truly, MC Duke, alongside Selector Kochi. So make it a date and don't be late. Rock and come in, so line up, link up, creep up. You don't know reggae rock each and every Sunday. Salute God Amari, King Selassie.
91.9 is counting down 91 days of Christmas. Yes, 91 days of Christmas. lucky, prizes to be won, giveaways, and lots more. It's the 91 Days of Christmas on the Street. 919 FM.
I could sing a good serenade. Oh, it's Christmas.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Wipe your feet and come in. It's the Precious House.
Big bottle, small bottle.
The Street 919 FM.
Drink water and dance. Dance.
Christmas season, ready to go shopping. Waiting for me waterman to put the money in my hand. I said Christmas season, the children them waiting for the water king to buy the toys and things.
Honey, if I don't have none, I will find it. If I can't find none, I will borrow it. And if I didn't get none, don't study it. Most important, we live it. We will still have fun. We will still around. Sorrel and gingerbread. We will have something to share. If they don't have much to eat, we still will celebrate. It's Jesus' birthday. I say,
What a Christmas!
water sharing. Big bottle, small bottle. Water. Dance, dance. Drink water and dance. Dance.
Christmas season, I just am waiting on my water lord for the money to buy drugs. Christmas season, I want to fix my house and things. Waiting on my water state for the money to buy pigs.
Woman, if I don't have none, I will find it. If I can't find none, I will hustle it. And if I didn't get none, don't study it, my girl. Most important, we live it. We will still have fun. We will still around in the east and in the west, in the north and in the south. If we don't have much to give, we still privileged. It's Jesus' birthday. I say, baila, water Christmas, water sharing, big bottle, small bottle. Dance, dance, drink water and dance, 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 drink water and dance, dance. Hey, Christmas season, and I know you're waiting patiently for me to bring home the money. Christmas season, and if please be with me, I'm waiting for basket. Dance, dance, drink water and dance, dance. I said dance, hold the lover and dance. I said dance.
The Street 919 FM.
You gotta sip and chat, sip and chat, sip and chat, sip and chat. You gotta sip and chat, sip and chat, sip and chat, sip and chat. Sip, sip, sip it, sip, sip, sip it.
The latest advisory, we must drink responsibly. The entire nation must drink in moderation. For this Christmas season, I beg you have reason. Be moderate and take it cool. Don't let alcohol make you a fool. Sip and chat, sip and chat, sip and chat. If you can't do that, don't bother to come and drink all my rum. My friends, I want you to know, this year the money low, drink slow. Sipping and chatting is the way that you have to go. In Trinbago, for economical reasons, I change up the rules this season. And because of that, I'm giving you song advice. I'm saying it once, I'm not saying it twice. This year the life will be nice. If you're visiting a friend, pick up a bag of ice. If you're going by Lenny, carry a bag of ice, and the life will be nice.
Gotta sip and chat, sip and chat, sip and chat, sip and chat.
Where this big crowd going? You only had 3 more past still remain, you know.
Sip and chat, sip and chat, sip and chat, sip and chat.
mixing the liquor, and like the pace getting quicker. They wouldn't pick and choose. They don't mind getting booze, drinking like they in a race. Next thing, they puking inside the place. What is grace? Sip and chat, sip and chat, sip and chat. If you can't do that, don't bother to come and drink out me rum. My friends, I want you to know, this year the money low. Sipping and chatting is the way that you have to go. Drink slow, for economical reasons. A change of the rules this season. And because of that, I'm giving you some advice. I'm saying it once, I'm not saying it twice. This year, the line will be nice. If you're visiting a friend, carry a bag of ice.
And I find this song has so much class, eh?
My placid, pick up a bag of ice.
Lord, we later.
Sip and chat, sip and chat, sip and chat, sip and chat. Hey boy, how you drinking so fast? Take your time now, you want to finish your bottle.
It's called the Sip and Chat.
Is that dog show?
And I fell in love with it the first time I heard it.
Sip and chat.
Which was by request. Good afternoon, TNT. It's just about 19 minutes past the hour of 2 o'clock. And I hope you wipe your foot because my doors are open. Come inside. Just make sure your foot's clean.
Yeah, must respect your neighbor. I beg you, watch your behavior, especially for Christmas. Make sure that you put on some balance. Some people just don't think. All they want to do is drink. That kind of business can't work. Please don't drink on an empty stomach. What you have to do?
Sip and chat, sip and chat.
Sip and chat if you can't do that.
And it's somewhat overcast on the outside. I know some areas experience some heavy showers. And it doesn't matter how short those showers are, you know, in TNT. You can have a buzzing showers for 2 minutes. And you know what following. Why am I not on the screen? All the time I come on Facebook and all the time I'm on the screen. What are you doing? Yes, I'm live on Facebook and YouTube. So look at see me.
If you're going by David Palmer,
pick up a bag of ice. As we celebrate 91 days to Christmas. And we're on the 68th day. Most definitely counting down to the greatest day on earth, Christmas Day, December 25th. Some people will argue that that's not in the Bible. Christmas, Jesus born on 25th of December. I don't care. It's my favorite holiday. It's a brand new Christmas on the Street 919 FM. And we are giving away gifts to the children. I'm going to tell you more about that inside our 91 Days of Christmas promotion.
As we getting older,
we also have the quote of the day coming up inside this hour.
Have to be wiser.
10 to the hour to be exact.
If you're traveling home late, please be considerate.
At 3 o'clock, we have your entertainment news.
For Christmas time, please go.
And of course, that will be followed by the featured Calypsonian of the day. Should I tell you guys who I'm featuring today? Or should I let you wait until 3 o'clock after the entertainment news? As I get ready to jump inside my roll call, I'm already seeing Mr. Bago Sunshine send me a whole minute and 51 seconds voice note. I had to send that voice note to the program director and the production manager, Robert, to edit it and cut it down. How are you doing in Tobago? Of course, all the peeps on Facebook and YouTube. And to those of you who locking us down on the regular old radio. Also to the foreigners on TrinidadRadio.net. It's a good day to have a good day. It's a good day to be alive. Even though things aren't going the way you expected. Here now. You know most people didn't wake up this morning? You woke up. It means that God still has a plan for you. So let's make the most of it, alright? Even though things may not be going as planned for you. But remember, God's plan is better than man's plan, eh? So while your own plans may be disappointing, you remember God is the boss. knows what's best. So let me do a quick roll call before I open the phone lines and connect with you all on the outside. I want to send some love going out to Mr. Boothman, always locked on. A loyal one, Mr. Boothman. Love going out to Cami Cam already on the Facebook. My girl Dignified Keisha. Love going out to Mano, Swanky Jammer. Mommy! Zena. Miss Janet Armstrong. Miss Maraca St. Joseph. Love going out to Mommy Soul. Miss Justin Pabaru. My 82-year-old plus one friend, Sam. Wahida. Love going out to Kathy. Also to Catherine E. My good friend I'm already seeing popping up on the Facebook Live, Patricia out there in Quebec, Canada. How is Canada today? Love going out to Miss Elsa Coro, Miss Parsley, Shack Lady, Auntie Marva locked on, Miss Eleanor Lacey Peterkin, Miss LH and your mom, Miss Joan. Love going out to Apple out there in Central, Lady Clark and Malik, Tempo the Tailline Malik. Love going out to Mrs. Matthews and your son Russell out there in Move On. Triple G and your beautiful wife Mama G. Alien Man, one of the busiest men in Trinidad and Tobago, only calls me when he gets the tiniest amount of time. I'm appreciative still. Love going out to Susan out there in Diego Monte. Mr. DB. Love going out to Basie, Linda Briggs and Malone. Miss Beckles, Chantal out there in Kamuto. Afisha in Prisgaland, Anastasia in Marabella, Diane from QF, LJ aka the Diamond Man, and of course OJ and your wife, Angie St. Paul, Josephine and Priscilla in QF, Kaden out there in Aruka, my Shafford's Court crew, Miss Sorella, Kizzy, Margaret, Shedley with an S, Andy the Caller, Mr. Panadol, Mr. Marabella, Mr. Port of Spain, Mr. La Honketa, Mr. U1, Mr. Leave It There, Mr. Barataria, Mr. Claxton Bay, Mr. Saga Boy, Brother Sterling, how you going on this overcast Monday afternoon? Oh, they feel any Christmas spirit, yes? Don't lie. So much negatives happening around. You just gotta stay focused on the positive to keep your spirits up there. Because Lord Father, you gotta look around at the world today. And on top of that, watching the prices of everything going up except your salary. You're going to have mental breakdown, I tell you. But we're keeping the spirit and keeping the joy and keeping the love and keeping the energy alive as we count down to Christmas. Hope you had yourself a nice lunch that can sustain you through the rest of the afternoon. You know what time it is.
Connect with us. The phone lines are open.
Love going out to Peter Singh. So the numbers are 466-5391. We also have the WhatsApp at 771-1791 where you can send your voice notes as well. And it's 342-0081. And remember when you're coming inside this house, I know my out my place outside wet, so I know below foot muddy. So wipe your foot before you come inside. Hey, love going out to Lenny! Lenny, I could forget you. One of the hardest working drivers on Laventil Road, eh? Also love going out to Garth, Bambaroo. Love going out out to Uncle Lennox, Uncle Leslie. Oh gosh, I'm going to go to the phone lines. Or little do me that. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Pleasant good afternoon to you, Mr. U1, a.k.a. Fires, a.k.a. the mayor of Movant. How are you this afternoon?
I'm good. After 2 days, I was trying so hard to get on to you.
Oh, gosh.
Don't get that
Yeah,
because
yeah,
I know how the program is,
Yeah,
how
man,
the show is.
you can't get me 7 days a week, oh gosh.
You're beginning to dance.
So what's going on with you? What the weather doing?
Well, we had heavy rain and thing, but
I know.
I ain't flood out, I ain't anything.
Right.
Very good. So.
I saw some videos on social media where some places, when a big shower rain bust down, what is going in this place? Yeah, so I saw some videos with some a little flooding.
That's why I supposed to be moving. We ain't fixing that.
Oh, yeah, proper drainage and so on. They got for the MP. I like for the MP, you know, Adrian. I wish he was my MP.
Who was the MP?
Huh?
They say was the MP.
No, I say I love Adrian. I wish he was my
Yeah.
MP.
But I'm a boy. I know him as a little fella.
You don't want us to exchange?
So him and I fine.
Lovely. So what can I do for you this afternoon?
You know he's a barber too.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, he could trim real good.
Okay. And he's an engineer?
Yeah, engineer and all of that. And I have a little nephew who is an engineer. And
Right.
he doing his well. He passed. Well, he did. He's listening in you also.
Lovely.
And
So
then
what your is?
My little niece, Miss Mover.
Oh yes, how is that going?
Well, they're going because we had to do our sports and.
Or to raise some funds.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, we know that will come off good because we know Laventille people, they support Laventille people.
Yeah.
Yes.
But anyway, what I just want, I'm glad to get on to you, and all I want to hear, you know, you have a song called, I can't get the name right now, Played by the artist Christmas Groove.
That's the name of the song?
His name of the song is Christmas Groove.
Oh, who sang that, boy?
I think it's a local song.
Well.
Parabella, help out, boy!
I ain't from Marabella since we were playing new soca and soca parang. I ain't from Marabella. I hope you listen and could call to
Christmas Groove is the name of the song.
All right then. Well, as long as I get my hands on it, you'll definitely hear it. All right?
All right.
Have a good one. Blessings. Hello. Good afternoon.
Hey, Princess. Good afternoon.
Hey, what's up, man?
You know, you make a comment just now about the, we enter in the Christmas season, and you're seeing a lot of depression around the place, so, you're trying to make the hype.
Yeah.
You're seeing it around here, the people are still feeling it, and I just want to share that.
But they're feeling it, we are seeing it too. Tongue dead.
No, yes, I mean dead, but at the end of the day, we have a culture that we look for during Christmas.
Yeah.
But give and take now economic situation, you wonder now, people expressing how this Trini Christmas going to be like in the upcoming month. And when you look around and you see people say prices going up, cost of living, all these things going up, uncontrollable. And, we feel it for the country, we feel it for the citizens. So, there's a good way looking at forward, and we hope some miracle could take place, that it could be, because when you talk to a lot of people, you could hear it in their voice that even self all now, so you would have seen the vibes and feel the vibes.
But that's what I'm telling you. But that's what I meant when I'm saying tongue dead. You're not feeling the Christmas buzz and the Christmas vibe and the Christmas energy because people simply don't have money to spend. Let's be real.
Well, I mean, honestly, I just like you. You're not feeling it. You're trying to show it. Like somebody, you're hiding it inside, but you're not showing it outside. So, we hope and pray that something happens. But I mean, you're doing a good job.
Thank you so much.
You need to hide the place, and I believe music is a miracle. It can change things.
It most definitely is, eh?
All right. Yeah,
Thank you so much. God bless you. Well, maybe we would see a turnaround. I mean, last week I read in the news that the powers that be looking into the minimum wage legislation. Because, I mean, people can't live on $17.50 per hour for 40 hours a week, that's coming up to $2,800. And when you read the comments under that, those posts that they're looking into the minimum wage act, some people saying that rent is more than $2,800 a month. I saw a woman commented and said she working for $1,800 a month and her 3 children in college. It's real hard. And then I saw another comment where somebody was saying, okay, $17.50 per hour by 40 hours, but a lot of employers not even giving their employees 40 hours. Somebody saying to get 40 hours, you have to work 8 days a week. We know we do have 8 days a week in this world. Hello, good afternoon, Mommy.
Precious, my darling.
How are you, honey? Good afternoon.
How are you doing, Precious?
Hi there, fighting it, poke.
You heard the boy, he was in the air this morning.
Yes.
Yeah, but Precious, I want to say something to you this afternoon, right? Precious, I was really moved with that 9-year-old boy, a child.
It's really, really sad.
Precious, oh God, Precious girl, what you doing? It's the past 3 to 4 months children when these gunmen going to shoot these young ones getting involved in it, Precious girl. Oh God, so you have a little heart now. Precious, this child could have thinking about yesterday. He going to school, you understand me, and he going to meet his friends. Look at what happened. Precious, these things that affect me so bad, Precious.
I know. It affects everyone.
Yeah, you know, this morning when I heard about it, because I didn't know about it more than this morning because we had this health fair yesterday. And when I heard about it this morning, Precious, all could have flowed from my eyes was tears because one of my sons I lost, his daughter is 9 years. So, you know, I just focus on her also too, right? I should know her very well. Precious, oh gosh, boy. Only think about the children, boy. Think about the little ones now. They didn't live the life yet all. They only live all the life before they feel only live all the life. Oh gosh. But it was really touching, my darling. But you all right?
I'm good.
Okay, my darling. You have a good one, right?
Thank you so much, and you be safe out there. Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, Precious. Pleasant afternoon.
Good afternoon. Is that a good thing I didn't say Mano? So Mano is 292, you 291. I just got mixed up.
You're always mixing up Mano.
What's going? Who is this? LJ?
Nah, David.
Who?
David.
David from
Yeah.
Right. How you going, David?
Good.
How your Christmas shaping up?
It's not.
Oh gosh, not even a little bit, self?
Nothing so far.
Oh gosh. Well, I'll give you until the end of the month, according to somebody on Facebook here.
No problem.
All right, then. So how are you going to...
I want to echo the sentiments of that lady. You know, just think about them parents this morning with that little child.
But how many children have been, and let's put it as brutal as possible, because like we ain't really seeing what's going on. How many children have been gunned down for the year so far? This is just our next one. But it's only when police like we just want to come out and block road and burn tire and all kind of thing. Where's the uproar for this?
Facebook, they had a vigil last night for the little boy.
Yes, I saw it as well. It was actually one of my personal friends who organized that lighting, you know.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Big up to Swanky, man.
Yeah, it's really terrible, and you know, a lot of people preparing for Carnival in Tobago.
Well, I see Carnival sold out. Not even Carnival in Tobago, but I saw an article.
Carnival is here and all.
Yes, I saw an article where the oh gosh, what ministry is that? The culture ministry saying how Carnival almost sold out for next year. You know, I'm like, wow. So then I just be confused, you know. Because on one end,
they have no money.
Well, exactly. That is what is confused me. On one end, they don't have no money. They can't buy food. But on the other end, Carnival sold out, and I could just be confused, man.
It's where our priorities lie. As you think about it, where our priorities lie. You know, but we have to keep praying for the nation.
We have to keep trotting
on. We have to keep praying for the little children. Yeah. Because you see, remember the last little boy who was shot in the head.
That's in Mova.
Yeah. I mean, his uncle is my papa.
Serious?
And,
that little boy didn't die. That little boy recovered,
no, he didn't die.
He
thank
recovered.
the Lord.
Yeah, amen.
You know, thank the Lord. But you see, I always say with a shooting, is always touch and go. Because anytime you take out a firearm and you shoot at somebody, your intention is to kill.
Yeah.
So even if you hear about plenty shootings and you hear somebody, they get shot and they live, it's by the grace of God.
Yeah.
Because a little left or a little right, and you could hear is another murder.
The sad thing is, they sometimes they miss their intended target, and it's innocent people picking up.
Exactly. And you have cases like that taking place as well.
I mean, it has really, really hurt my heart. I mean, I born in Trinidad. I grew up in Trinidad. Trinidad is such a beautiful island. Our people are so warm and friendly. That's how I grew up, with warm and friendly people. Times are changing now, but it really hurts.
And the people changing as well.
Exactly, the people are changing as well. And it really hurts my heart to see, what Trinidad, is becoming. I'm not even going to say Tobago, because compared to Trinidad, and Tobago is like, it's two different islands.
Two different. And then you see a lot of things picking up in Tobago now.
Yeah.
And you're hearing a lot of crime happening.
Yeah, but when you compare Tobago's murder toll at what, 8 to Trinidad running to 500? We have to do better as a people, man.
Yes, you're correct.
Yeah. All right.
Have a blessed day.
Thank you so much, David.
Wonderful always.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to take one more and then I'm going to head back into the music. All right? Hello?
Good afternoon, Precious.
Miss Maracus and Joseph, how are you this afternoon?
I'm fine, thank you. Listen to you.
What the weather doing with your girl?
Nothing.
No rain up Maracus?
No, that's no rain by me.
Papa. Well, lucky you. No rain for the day?
No.
Wow, because it had showers on this ends. But what can I do for you this afternoon?
I think so you want to talk about, I think it's Kalyan.
Kalyan, I actually found it. I saw it. Kalyan, 1974.
I want to hear King Wellington, Firework.
King Wellington. King Wellington what?
Fire One.
Fire One?
Yes. Anybody so.
All right then, most definitely. All right?
And you have a blessed one.
Thank you. God bless you. I know I say one more, but Mano on the phone, so I take Mano, then I'll go back to the music. Hello?
Hey, girlfriend.
Oi, Mano.
What's happening, darling?
Hi, day like nice. What's going on with you?
Oh, God, get up. How come from the hospital?
Oh, gosh, you went for a checkup?
I went. Well, I did that checkup. I'm an old man, you know.
I know you're young at heart. You might be old in age, but I know your heart young. Don't do me that.
Yes, well, you know that.
So you went for a checkup?
Yeah.
Everything good?
In a kind of way.
Oh, gosh.
How's the baby going?
It day.
All right. Yeah, man. Well, I just called to say hello to all the callers. And this blessed show that we have here.
Yes.
Not all the rest of the show, but this particular show. Yeah.
But God bless.
Yeah, and just to play a tune for me.
I'll play a lovely tune for you. And if I tell you who in the featured Calypsonian segment today,
just tell me what.
It's not Sparrow. I ain't with Sparrow yet.
Just tell me, please. Okay,
I'll play something nice for you. Thank you so much. God bless you. Manu, I hope all your checkups was positive news. And remember to take your vitamins, get your 8 hours sleep, and don't let nothing stress you. You're here, get up on morning, say your prayers, keep God by your side.
Wipe your feet and come in. It's the Precious House.
This is King Wellington of Fire One. It's a soca parang arranged by Kenny Phillips.
Watch it. Christmas is a time to go in anybody's place. We ain't committing no crime. We don't care if you say we both face. Friends and enemy, everybody joining in the group. We don't care what you say about me as long as you bring out the Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew, Mountain Dew, man, bring out the Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew, Mountain Dew, yes, bring out the Mountain Dew. Neighbor, you too damn conniving. How you mean to say you ain't drinking? Neighbor, neighbor, you too conniving. Neighbor, this is Christmas morning. Neighbor, neighbor, it's wrong that we're drinking. Neighbor, this is Christmas morning. Neighbor, neighbor. Neighbor, neighbor. Christmas is the time, yes, the time we're waiting for. When we come out to line, man, we knocking on any door. Bring out something salt and something hard too. Go and open the vault, I say, and bring out the Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew, Mountain Dew, man, bring out the Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew like a Mountain Dew, yes, bring out the Mountain Dew. Cause we coming down for Christmas, boy, we coming down for Christmas, girl, we coming down to help you drink your rum. Hey, we coming down for Christmas, boy, we coming down for Christmas, girl, we coming down to help you eat your ham. Neighbor man, you too conniving. Fire one. Wake up, we know you ain't sleeping. Neighbor, neighbor, don't mind we ain't talking. I wish you a Merry Christmas morning. Neighbor, neighbor, just come out and meet me. Come on, then we drink up and be happy. Neighbor, neighbor. Neighbor, neighbor. Yes, Christmas is a time when we just congregate, hear the church bells chime, and to celebrate. Oh, but the sweetest part is when time comes to chop off you. Thing really can't start until you bring out the Babash brew. Mountain Dew, man, bring out the Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew, Mountain Dew, yes, bring out the Mountain Dew. Neighbor, listen to what we saying. Look, man, where the hell you playing? Neighbor, neighbor, just bring out the liquor. We go chase it with coconut water. Neighbor, neighbor, where the punch and creamer? Neighbor, bring out the fire water. We coming down for Christmas, boy, we coming down for Christmas, girl, we coming down to drink your homemade wine. Hey, we coming down for Christmas, girl, we coming down.
Oh yes, I love it.
Down to help you eat your swine. Look, fire one, I say fire one. Neighbor, neighbor.
Fire one, fire one.
When we gone, we know you gon' quarrel.
That's the voice of King Wellington as requested by Miss Maracas to St. Joseph.
Neighbor, neighbor, we really ain't care.
Remember, if you're coming inside, you have to wipe your foot.
It's only once a year.
No dirty foot around here. Mr. Iwer, I got your request. You wanted to hear a Christmas groove, Kalyan.
Hey, Arthur, play that harmonica. Mom,
Play that Christmas vibe with some spunk,
You give me
some
that
funk, some pep in your step.
you know the one about Joe and Mary, baby, Daddy.
Taking us back to the year 1974. Ooh, I can't imagine Christmas in 1974.
Christmas groove.
When people used to throw away their fridge and their stove and their living room set by the side of the road just because they have money to buy new ones. Nothing wrong with it, you know. Now it's repairing.
To me happy, I promise I'll be cool. Now tell me about Joe and Mary trucking on that funky donkey.
Hey, Granny, could you tell me the real funky Christmas story?
Whoa, Mary's mother, she couldn't go no further. And at the perfect stranger, Christ was born in a manger. Mary's mother, she couldn't go no further. And at the perfect stranger, Christ was born in a manger.
Jesus Christ is born in a manger.
Making me feel to get on my feet and just groove. To the voice of Kalyan, Christmas groove as requested by Mr. Iwer. And I know you're a dancer boy too, I could imagine you in the living room right now. Yes, I know, Kami Kam. None of us could imagine Christmas in 1974 because you weren't even born yet. But that's between me and you. The majority of my audience could imagine the 1974 Christmas was nice. I could imagine. Love going out to Lawrence.
Give me that Christmas story one more time.
Love going out to Boise. As I get ready to drop my quote of the day for you. And remember, I do this Monday to Thursday at 10 to the hour of 3 o'clock.
Wipe your feet and come in. It's the Precious House. It's time to get into your quote of the day inside Precious House. Precious House.
So today's quote of the day at 10 to the hour of 3 o'clock is when you are digging a grave for someone, dig two. Its interpretation simply means when you are seeking to cause misfortune and grief to others, expect the same for yourself. Remember, the bitter is sometimes bitten, even worse than what you wished upon someone, because God don't sleep. So the quote of the day again, when you're digging a grave for somebody, dig two. Dig one for yourself. And that was your quote of the day. Looking for a sponsor for it too. So if you know a friend who have a business, tell them Precious looking for sponsor for her quote of the day. Mr. Bagel Sunshine sent me a message. Let's listen.
Good afternoon, Pressy Press. Tobago Sunshine in the house there. I wiped my foot and I come in. Hit down here. So let me say hi to my peeps. All you wipe all your foot and come in. Precious House has opened her doors. So to all my peeps, hi Hona Man Andy, Eric, to DJ Jamal, to E.T. Man, Brown Eye Andy, all you wipe all your feet and come in. Well, peoples, you know, the kind of cutting down is a cut and paste here. Oh, Lord Jesus Christ. I have more gray hair. I always wanted my hair to get gray. Pressy, well, girl, me whole hair gray. Especially when you ain't get no sponsorship, is a hell of a thing. But I'm still going full flight. So, we still have space, lots of space. So you come on board to the carnival thing, Master and Associates. Let me go, people. And then all who in Tobago on Friday the 21st, Mass and Calypso having an event at Buku. So all you come on down from 3 p.m. till. So all you come on down cheap 20 and 30, 25, 55 group hunting. So all you come in. So Pressy, I will love to hear me a Lord will later bottle and spoon. Right, so a bottle and spoon. I was in Trinidad for the weekend there. Oh Lord, I see some lovely curtains. But here what? I will deal with that 22 candles. Right, so Pressy, Lord will later bottle and spoon.
Love you too, Mr. Bagel Sunshine. Girl, I watching them curtains too in top. When I see the price, oh Lord Father.
It's music time in any gang. When you see man start to parade, all the instruments just be in tune, but they don't leave out the bottle and spoon. You see with bottle and spoon, man just be ringing out real tune. The drum and bass bottle half with water, bacchanal and manslaughter. Sweet music in the place. He was a iron man. He told me plain that very soon I'm men going back to bottle and spoon. You see with bottle and spoon, man does be ringing out real tune. You drum and bass don't fall in place. Your bottle half with water, bacchanal and manslaughter. Sweet music in the place.
So it's 5 to the hour of 3 o'clock as I get ready to shut down hour number 1 of the Precious Show inside Precious House. Tell our friend but don't open. All they have to do is wipe their foot before they come in.
Whiskey bottle or rum bottle, the song real nice when a man rattle, ticky lick, so the carnival this year will be held. It's a bacchanal, plenty spoon for sell. You see with bottle and spoon, man does the ringing out real.
Love going out to Sharon Felix. I know you're always logged on. Good afternoon to Ayani as well. Love going out to Lynn, Bernadine, Miss T, Miss E.
Sweet music in the place.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the street 919 FM. 91.9 is counting down 91 days of Christmas. Yes, 91 days of Christmas. It's karaoke, prizes to be won, giveaways. It's the 91 days of Christmas on the street. 919 FM.
I could sing a good serenade. Oh, it's Christmas.
Diwali, the festival of lights, celebrates light over darkness, good over evil, knowledge over ignorance, and hope over despair. As we celebrate, let all our lights shine brightly this Diwali and beyond, illuminating the path to peace and love for all. Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Company Limited joins the Hindu community in this celebration, wishing Shubh Diwali to all. TGMF, from here to home.
Mud is life. Mud is life is a Juve carnival experience like no other, where mud is used as a colorful, cleansing, life-giving elixir. Mud is Life will be the biggest, dirtiest, most beautiful event for the first official Tobago Carnival ever. This is a mass to enlighten the masses and let the whole world know of the potent power of the neoteric mud formula indigenous to the majestic, magical Isle of Tobago. Tobago, are you ready to make history? As people from all around the world come together to celebrate Mud Mass as the original traditional Tobago Mass, as it was in the beginning. Everything is mud. Mud and more mud. Mud and mud. Mud is life!
Tobago, get ready to celebrate Mud Mass with Mud is Life.
Mud is life.
October will never be better with Tobago Carnival fever. Book your passage and come on over.
street mass in Tobago. All your street mass in Tobago. Where the uniqueness of Tobago comes alive. With its content, creatives produce music, craft, mass, literature, and other memorabilia that ignites the history and creativity of Tobago. It's the Street Mass in Tobago, right here on the street. 919 FM.
Renting a car in Tobago should be quick, affordable, and easy. Wow. Here at Oni Rentals, we make the process as simple as possible by using our easy e-sign-up. Yep, we can sign you up from just about anywhere using our tablets. See? All done. And everything goes straight into the cloud. Yeah, you're on your way. Are you coming to Tobago? Book your car rental with us and enjoy the most affordable rates in Tobago. But hurry, because cars go pretty fast. Call 361-1042. That's 361-1042. One more time, 361-1042. O'Neill Auto Rentals, Tobago, taking you further.
Get all the way, Moko Jambi coming, look the Moko Jambi coming. Get all the way, Moko Jambi coming, look the Moko Jambi coming. Hold a woman and hold a man and hold a woman and hold a man and to let them get away, not to let them get away, to let them get away, not to let them get away. When you see the van coming down and I try and stand up in front. Protecting we in the van like a jumpy. Put up your hand like a jumpy. I'm a go jumpy. Get all the way. Moko jumpy coming. Look the Moko jumpy coming. Get all the way. Moko jumpy coming. Look the Moko jumpy coming. Hold a woman and hold a man and hold a woman and hold a man and to let them get away. Not to let them get away. To let them get away. Get away in Miami, for the Juve, for Labor Day, on the Parkway, Caribana, with Park Savannah, Carnival Monday, Carnival Tuesday, yeah. Don't let them get away, not to let them get away, don't let them get away, not to let them get away. Wind up like a zombie, jump up like a zombie, wind up like a zombie, jump up like a zombie, spin your rag in the air, spin them like you don't care. Bring them up in the sky, spin them and let them fly. Wind up like a zombie, jump up like a zombie. Wind up like a zombie, jump up like a zombie. Spin your rag in the air, spin them like you don't care.
The murder toll continues to rise. The nation is in mourning tonight.
3 people have been found dead. A soldier was shot dead at
a quadruple murder in Beverly Hills, Laventille.
Where are we right now?
We say bring back love.
Bring back love. Bring back peace.
Bring back peace. Be your brother's keeper. We say bring back peace on the street.
I want peace. I want peace. Bring back peace on the street.
Bring back peace on the street.
Bless the world with harmony. There's no greater time for love. No greater time for peace.
The steel pan, the only musical instrument invented in the 20th century, is a reflection of the perseverance and innovativeness of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, which have always been central to our development as a nation. And the steel pan story epitomizes this, carved out of life and struggle and determination, rising out of the spirit of the African drum. The steel pan stands today as evidence of innovativeness, creativity, and passion for life integral
to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. My name is Kwesi Paul. Join me each and every Sunday from 9 p.m. to 12 midnight on the street, 91.9 FM.
Join Pastor Kelvin Heinerine and friends for The Way, The Truth, The Life Radio Ministry, a Church of God ministry, live on the street 919 FM from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. This and every Sunday on the street 919 FM. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh to the Father except through me. John chapter 14, verse 6. For further information, contact 686-3845-349-5178 or 342-7303.
If you're experiencing pain, constipation, headaches, poor blood circulation, high or low blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, swollen or darkened feet, come visit us at Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. We at Health and Wealth Lifestyle offer a wide range of services. Come and experience our new 3D analyzer, which allows you to have a look inside your body. We also provide live blood analysis, iridology, ionic foot detox with foot soak and foot massage, aquatherapy, full body massage, and organic supplements on sale such as Nano Silver, Nano Zinc, Body Light, cold pressed sesame oil, and more. Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at number 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. For more information, call 275-8359 or 288-1108.
Join Nicole Huggins for Health and Wealth Lifestyle Tuesday morning from 11:05 to 12 noon. Right here on the street 919 FM.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Waiko in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. to the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law and You, and every Friday evening from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. All Night Prayer Live, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He hath showed thee, O man, what is good, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. For further information, call 753-1113 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Wipe your feet and come in. It's the Precious House.
So good afternoon and welcome back to Precious House. Remember, when you're coming inside this house, you gotta wipe your feet by the door before you enter here. We have your entertainment news here for you at the time 8 minutes past the hour of 3 o'clock. Remember, your entertainment news is sponsored by Direct TV. Tagline: Score the game.
Football is full of bandwagoners. You know them. The ones who support Brazil at breakfast and Argentina in the afternoon. Who picked Portugal to win it all. Then switch sides when Spain scores a screamer. We all know that person. And with Direct TV, there are 64 games for them to learn some football loyalty. Jump on the bandwagon and score with every game from DirecTV. Watch all 64 World Cup games live from the comfort of your home for only $250 for 2 months. Plus, get free installation, 4 HBO channels and more sports, more movies and more series. Don't miss this sit of a chance to score great value. Call us at 877-4388 to get started.
So here's what's making entertainment news. The upcoming reggae concert, Kings of the Earth, is hoping to return a conscious mindset to the youth and young adults of TNT. With reggae legends Sizzla, Capleton, Anthony B, and Coco T, it is hoped that these conscious singers and their music inspire positivity and righteousness to the youth. The promoter of the concert believes the time is right for this inspirational group of singers to share the same stage for the first time in Trinidad and deliver a welcome message of peace and love to the people of TNT. With a violent rise in lawlessness and crime across the island, the promoter hopes that the concert be used to inspire positive vibrations through music to ignite a return to consciousness. The concert takes place at the Queen's Park Savannah in Port of Spain on November 26th from 8 p.m. Part proceeds of the concert will be invested into a 24-hour telephone hotline for people who simply need someone to listen to them and provide positive feedback. The hotline intends to employ a minimum of 3 qualified and experienced psychologists to aid this cause. And you know, in these time, it have people going through so much, and all they need is a listening ear and someone to just offer them words of encouragement and inspiration, and just to let people know that while we may be going through trying times now, tough times don't last forever, and we will get through this, but we can only get through this together. So let's start looking out for each other and helping each other, loving each other, and supporting each other. That's your entertainment news on the Street 919 FM, sponsored by DirecTV. Tagline: Score the Game.
Football is full of bandwagoners. You know them. The ones who support Brazil at breakfast and Argentina in the afternoon. Who pick Portugal to win it all, then switch sides when Spain scores a screamer. We all know that person. And with DirecTV, there are 64 games for them to learn some football loyalty. Jump on the bandwagon and score with every game from DirecTV. Watch all 64 World Cup games live from the comfort of your home for only $250 for 2 months. Plus, get free installation, 4 HBO channels and more sports, more movies and more series. Don't miss this sit of a chance to score great value. Call us at 877-4388 to get started.
The Street, the only radio station bringing balance to the nation. 91.9 FM.
So we're getting ready to jump inside the featured Calypsonian of the day, shining the spotlight on his life, his career, and his music. And today's featured Calypsonian is none other than Bill Trotman. Yes, born Paul Trotman in 1934 of Mova Lavantil. Bill was actually born in Port of Spain and spent a few years in Woodbrook before settling in Mova at the age of 10. Now 88 years old, Bill is known as a cultural ambassador, as a painter, a poet, a dancer, a masquerader, a tutor, and a Calypsonian. He actually joined Sparrow's original Young Brigade Calypso tent in 1963 and took his acting ability to the tent's stage. He stayed at that tent for 23 years as the tent's MC and cast member. Bill's biggest calypso hit, Go Back to School, according to the living legend, was recorded when he was 45 years old. Bill said the song was magic as it captured the hearts of everyone, young and old, and allowed him to recapture your heart right now with Go Back to School.
The Street 919 FM.
Mommy, I want to go back to school. Mommy, stay home in the cold. I want you to understand, I need an education. I want to learn to be fan, be a Calypsonian. But what I really love the best, I want to be in school in time for
recess. Lang, the bell ringing. Oh Lord. Lang, school children running. So wild in this international year of the child. Mommy, I have to go to school. Mommy, I want to learn the rules. To become a great athlete, to stand on my own two feet, I could learn to brush my teeth, just like on Sesame Street. But what I learned in school the most as man is to stay with teacher Beulah in detention. Lang, the bell ringing. Oh Lord. Lang, school children running. So wild in this international year of the child. Mommy, it's time to go to school. Mommy, I don't want to be a fool. I don't want to be a flop. You have to work with a mop. I want to be on top, to be smart when I grow up. Don't you know going back to school is a must, so I could get a free ride on the school bus. Lang, the bell ringing. Oh Lord. Lang, school children running. So wild in this international year of the child.
The Street 919 FM.
So Bill Trotman, also known as Trinidad Bill, is a treasure of knowledge, experience, and accomplishment, and is an icon and national award recipient. In 1986, Trotman recorded and released another hit, Do Something Good, a song encouraging us to be good and to do good to others simply because of the joy and happiness one feels inside when they make others feel good by doing good. So, do something good for somebody today. And I definitely know it's one of the favorites around here. Bill Trotman featured Calypsonian of the Day inside Precious House. Wipe your foot and come in.
The Street 919 FM.
Sponsor a child, make us have first and smile, love with no end, save something for a friend. It feels so good when you're doing something good for somebody. Oh yeah. It feels so good when you're doing something good for somebody. Play a love song, don't keep a good man down, to share a care for a baby somewhere. It feels so good when you're doing something good for somebody. Oh yeah. It feels so good when you're doing something good for somebody.
about you. But when I do something good for somebody, I really feel good inside, you know? Just to do something that could change somebody a day, make them feel good. Like a good morning, good afternoon, how you going? Instead of only grumpy, whole day you grumpy.
Be a big brother for children in Africa. Be a true friend. Let's save all the children.
It feels so good when you do something good. For somebody. I'm going to Aloma, and I know this is one of Mano's favorites. You know? Feels so good. Also love going out to Jason D'Souza. That's the voice of Bill Trotman, our featured Calypsonian for today. Is a featured Calypsonian segment. And Bill continued his illustrious career as a painter, a poet, and an actor, traveling the world, developing his artistic skills, with him doing 6 solo exhibitions and work shown internationally. But his love for singing kept him writing songs and recording fans' favorite like this awareness song called Monkey See, Monkey Do. Wonderful compliment and right back at you. Also love going out to Dexter out there in Philadelphia. Yeah man, wash your foot and come inside.
Don't want to work and we keep ourselves so dirty. We using swear words and litter in the city. Then them children start to copy and do it just like everybody. Then we scold them. Come to them and shun them and make problem, and we are to blame after all. When the monkey see the monkey, all them children are watching you. When the monkey see the monkey, all them babies doing it too. When the monkey see the monkey, boys and girls copying you. When the monkey see the monkey, you know they're doing it better than you.
And that is so very true. I hope you all listen to the words in this song. Some of the adults, they all let us carry on. Remember, the younger ones are looking up at you. And what they see you do is what they're doing too, and worse. So be mindful of that, eh?
If you don't display the love you have for your culture, it's obvious the children will adopt another. Then we must say the country's sick, because we're not patriotic. We copy England, American, Jamaican, Canadian, but we are the best of them all.
monkey see, the monkey do.
And the children are watching you.
Where the monkey see, monkey do.
All them babies doing it.
Where the monkey see, monkey do.
All them boys.
I love it.
Where the monkey see.
Love going out to Ray out there in Manhattan. How is Manhattan this afternoon? We inside today's featured Calypsonian and Bill Trotman in the spotlight. And now at 88 and now slightly hearing impaired, Bill has still got perfect memory and eyesight. Yes, yes, yes. A treasure of knowledge, experience and accomplishment. In 1985, Bill sang the theme song for Peter Minshaw's 1985 presentation, Rat Race.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second half of the 20th century. Welcome to Rat Race!
The Street 919 FM.
To Village, also to Miss Anne Lockton. We inside the featured Calypsonian segments today, shining the spotlight on Bill Trotman. I never know Bill Trotman had all these songs. But a bit of his personal life. Bill is the father of 4 children. He married in 1971 in Canada, but was divorced for refusing to return to Canada. Trotman said, "My wife is such a beautiful woman, but I was taking care of my blind 90-year-old mother back then and wasn't going to leave her in Trinidad." At the time, Bill said he had no intention of returning to North America as that place is too cold and his body was too old. Nevertheless, Bill kept on releasing classics like this one, Suck Finger Baby in 1985. And you know when I was small, I used to suck my finger. My mom tried all kind of things to stop me from sucking my finger. I can't remember if they used to call me suck finger baby though.
I used to suck my finger when I was small. I used to suck from nipples to capable. One day my daddy said to me, Billy, you have to stop sucking fingers like sweetie. You suck too much for me. You must agree, Billy. They used to call me suck finger baby. I don't care. It's mine, you hear? Walla walla dumpling, walla walla dumpling. Take off your shoes and run up the mountain. Just for my sucking. After playing the dirtiest finger, washing. Some fellas I know that you know that I know don't really care where the finger does go. Finger going in and out, don't wash no dog in mouth. Yet they call it suck finger baby. Let me suck.
And somebody just sent me a message, but I won't call no names. Saying I used to suck finger too till I get boyfriend. Where children just pick up a habit from boy sucking finger? One of the few Calypsonians who resisted the lure of entering competitions, Bill Trotman took the bait and succumbed in 1998 and entered the Soca Monarch competition singing The Energizer. He said people told him he couldn't sing that song as it was too fast to perform, but William Monroe encouraged him to enter the competition. Bill said he actually made it to the final, and it was the only time he entered a Calypso competition. The Energizer, unfortunately, I could not find while doing my online research, but I want to close off the segment with Bill's Christmas contribution in the year of 1982 called Christmas Spirit. So let's get into it, all right? And this is how we shut it down. Today's featured Calypsonian in the spotlight, Bill Trotman. And you know, from what I understand, Bill isn't doing too well these days. So Bill, we are sending out our love and healing and health and strength to you.
For the Christians say Christ was born that day. So peace on earth, goodwill to all men. Make everybody's friend. All them wrong things they do to you. This is spirit of Christmas. Eat up your ham or you take two. This is spirit of Christmas. They drink up, tumble down. This is spirit of Christmas. Growing up all on your ground. This is spirit of Christmas. When you think them people come out for fun, they only come out to mop your whiskey and drink your rum. Ella! So at Christmas time everything goes fine. For Christ's birthday changes mankind's way. No hate, no spite, man forget to fight. It's only love in red, love at first sight. Making merry with bottle and spoon. It's the spirit of Christmas. Now and then sing a carol tune. It's the spirit of Christmas. Nobody looking for strife. It's the spirit of Christmas. Man hug up and kiss your wife. It's the spirit of Christmas. When they leave by you, man, you in pain. Half an hour later, next set coming again. Oh, Lord!
And I know some will say the spirit of of Christmas gone. Christmas ain't as it used to be. Christmas is what you make it, eh? Life on the whole is what you make
So
it.
the parent touch really do so much. On Christmas Day when you hear.
I want to thank Bill Trotman for his contribution to the music industry in TNT.
Blessed morning that God gave to people when Christ was born.
Your feet and come in. It's the Precious House. Connect with us. The phone lines are open.
Oi, Jillian. See you now popping on the Facebook. Welcome. I hope you wipe your foot in it.
Good afternoon, Precious. Right now I got a big walk of power washing out there. So I look for listening. That's love.
Big up yourself, Triple G. Good afternoon, welcome.
Precious, good afternoon, darling.
Leslie.
I just washed my foot with some rainwater and I'm stepping inside the Precious house.
Well, make sure that foot dry.
I dry up my foot, baby. I dry it up nice and I'm stepping in.
Come inside, there's a room for you.
I'm inside already, baby. How are you, Precious? How are you today? You're looking sharp, big girl. I'm looking at you, you know.
Oh, look at nice.
Papa. I see Manu still giving you problems, you know.
Manu is a trouble man, you know.
Manu, I had to come down there and discipline you a little bit, you know. Have a little behavior.
Oh, gosh.
I and Gemma will come down there for you, you know, Manu. Watch yourself.
So what can I do for you?
And yo, let me say good afternoon to Mommy Sauce. Moram 1285. Miss Thomas. Everybody, Toronto, I ain't in your boy. But I locked on and you can play anything Christmassy for me, baby. I just locked on and listening.
Alright then.
Watching the weather like a little rain want to come down. We might get a little cold sometime this week.
Hey, you coming home for Christmas?
No, darling.
Why?
I little scared. Christmas not like it used to be for me. I used to go from house to house.
Yeah, moving from house to house. Christmas.
Yep. Now I'm afraid to move from house to house down there, girl.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, you had to call people. You're not like America. You had to call people. I come in, you know, and the people might even know to see you outside. You know, a long time you had to call nobody. I come and knock on the Henry, and Henry come out.
Yeah.
Or the dog back and say, "It's you."
It's you.
Anyhow, let me say, Roberto. Roberto in the background hiding, boy. Don't worry, when I come down, I come in and look for you and Roberto and Sharon and Brucey.
Excellent.
They're my peeps, baby. So you all have a good one and I'm still locked on and listening.
All right, thank you
so
much.
Keep that groovy smile on. That groovy smile on. Hey, I forget Panadol.
I ain't here from Panos
So
yet. I hope you're okay.
He must be charged up. Don't worry, he coming late. All right, so have a good one.
You too. God bless you. Thank you so much.
All right, baby. Bye-bye.
Lines are open at 342-0089 771-1791. That's also the WhatsApp. And 466-5391. Love going out to Henry Copeland. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to Isaac. And good afternoon to this fine folk here. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good, ma'am. How are you?
Yes, sit down listening all the time.
Yeah. Well, a little shake up, but I go, all right.
A little shake up upon.
The color.
What's that?
The weekend will be, you know.
Oh, the weekend is the, all right. Say no more, understand. You have to recuperate.
The last fella, I didn't get his name, you know, that brother.
That's Uncle Leslie from Florida.
Florida. Uncle Leslie, thanks, right. Good evening, man.
Yeah, man. Is everything good?
Looking great up there, boy.
Papa, looking nice.
Yeah.
Thank you
Anyway,
so much.
I even feel like a little Spanish woman go up.
Papa. You want to hear a little Spanish woman?
Yeah, well, Baram.
Well, you know, you must get that too. You're telling yourself,
Monday, if I'm on the slow.
Have a good one. Love going out. Love, 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 love. One of the favorites around here, Mr. Panadol requested Spanish woman.
And I want her. I got to have her. Hey.
Look, she going there, boy. And for your interest, she's honey. You're lying.
So the name of the song is Paramin, singing Sandra Paramin. Thank you, love, love, love.
Somebody Taylor. I want to know what song you asking me for.
Precious. Chantal here. Could you play this song for me, please? Could you play this video for me? It's a friend of mine's in Tobago. His son wrote this. Thanks. Can you play COVID Wave by Daryl Jack for me, please? Hope all is well with you. And you had a very good weekend.
Thank you so much, Chantal. Yes, all is well with me. Here's your COVID Wave by Daryl Jack.
Much like 16. Yes, we understand that we just got wine and jam. So we do what we had to come strong. Rally along, it was a race to a place to be formal and no normal. Now we go jump up and say, it's a COVID wave. It's a COVID bye-bye wave. It's a COVID wave. It's a COVID bye-bye wave. We go jump together. We go prance together. We go dance together. Masquerade together. We go wave together. We go wine together. We go jump together. Look out for one another. We did with time. We had no line. We can't get wet. We had no pet. We stayed this hello. We are by. We had no beach. And now we reach. Come and go where the numbers down. It's a COVID wave. It's a COVID bye-bye wave. It's a COVID wave. It's a COVID bye-bye wave. Yes, we understand that we just got wine and jam. So we do what we had to come strong. Rally along, it was a race to a place to be formal and no normal. Now we go jump up and sing. We go jump together. We go prance together. We go dance together. Masquerade together. We go wave together. We go wine together. We go jump together. Hold hands together. As we jump up and we prance up and we dance up and we wave up and we wine up and we jam up and we mash up and we grind up and we masquerade up in the road. It's a COVID wave.
And hey guys, don't miss the Wally D's at Furniture Plus today. Enjoy 20% off bedroom collections and dining sets. Up to 25% off sectionals and accent chairs. Up to 25% off appliances and outdoor furniture. Up to 30% off home office. And up to 40% off youth bedroom and so much more. No cash, higher purchase plans available. Check them out. Furniture Plus. All stores open Monday to Saturday. And the Arima, San Juan, St. James and San Fernando stores open Sunday at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. So check them out. Alright, for more information, you can check them out as well on social media.
Precious, good afternoon. Could you play Sereno C by Gypsy for me, please? Thank you.
You're welcome, Saga Boy. More days before Christmas. I promise you that inside Precious, I'm going to try my best to get you in the Christmas spirit. Even if it's a little
You mistletoe, and I know you have your snowman, and I know you have chandeliers hanging high. But that just don't make me feel blue, because I have my own share too. I have my belly full of rum and a big sky full of sun. And a West Indian Christmas, a West Indian Christmas. Drink your rum until your belly bust, bust, bust. Then you go cross by your neighbor, say they come cross by me later. With a old watch and a old guitar singing Sereno, 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 give me my summer, Calypsonian sing. I love the songs I hear when parents fill the air. And that's a West Indian Christmas, a outro and I won't get time and it's sereno será. Sereno 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 se ham. Sereno sereno I don't give a damn. Sereno 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 se black cake. Sereno sereno I making no mistake. I want some.
So I have like 8 more minutes on the inside. I want to thank you guys so much for sharing your wonderful company with me inside Precious House.
Have you ever heard a bamboo bus that we simulate a cannon? Smell the smell of pan boiling in a picture.
Don't forget, coming up next.
Next, it's the Queen of Talk with Aisha Wells.
And if you do, then you know it's no.
That's right.
Yeah, and that's a West Indian Christmas.
Hi, Precious. Good afternoon. I'd like to hear Drink Caramana Puncha Crema by Lord Kitchener.
For some reason, your voice notes are always so low. Nevertheless, here it is, Lord Kitchener, Drink a Rum.
Would you like to join your sonny? I am over here, happy in the mother country. Darling, for the Christmas, your son would be really jumping. Listen to the chorus of what we all will be singing. Drink a rum and a punch a cream, drink a rum. It's Christmas morning. Drink a rum and a punch a cream, drink a rum. Mama, drink if you drinking. Drink a rum and a punch a cream, drink a rum. Let we fed him, we fed him. Drink a rum and a punch a cream, drink a rum. Again, Muma, I have invited Jamaica, lovely Grenada, Barbados, also Guyana. It's an invitation for a stupendous occasion. You can just imagine we drinking till New Year's morning. Drink a rum and a punch a cream, drink a rum. It's Christmas morning. Drink a rum and a punch a cream, drink a rum. Do drink if you're drinking. Drink a rum and a punch a cream, drink a rum. Mama sing if you're singing. Drink a rum and a punch a cream, drink a rum. The fete is grand, bottles of all description. You must understand, liquor to supply a nation. I have ordered whiskey, punch a cream and gin and brandy, lime and tonic water, lemon heart and angostura. Drink a rum and a punch a cream and drink a rum. It's Christmas morning. Drink a rum and a punch a cream and drink a rum. Mama, drink if you're drinking. Drink a rum and a punch a cream and drink a rum. No time for shivering. Drink a rum and a punch a cream and drink a rum. On Christmas Day, when Big Ben alarm 6:30, we are on the way to begin this festivity. Later in the evening, we passing through Piccadilly, everybody dancing and singing the same melody. Drink a rum and a punch a cream, drink a rum. Mama, drink if you're drinking. Drink a rum and a punch a cream, drink a rum. It's Christmas morning. Drink a rum and a punch a cream, drink a rum. Let me drunk if we drunken. Drink a rum and a punch a cream, drink a rum. Come and see how we jamming. Drink a rum and a punch a cream, drink a rum. Come and see how we wedding. Drink a rum and a punch a cream, drink a rum. I mean we shivering. Drink a rum and a punch a cream, drink a rum. Lord, Christmas morning.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the street 919 FM. You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the
4.5%? 4.5%? 4.5%.
That's my husband. He cannot believe the offer we're getting from TTMF.
4.5%.
That's for the first 6 years for a mortgage up to $2 million. 95% financing with extended terms up to age 70. He calls it a home sweet loan, and he talks about it all day, every day, because soon we're going to be proud homeowners. Anyway, honey, what you want for breakfast?
4.5%.
TTMF, from here to home.
Carnival Friday morning, after the concert, we board the Harbor Master for Last I don't want nobody to be my Great Fat Weekend brings to you Last. Yeah, this is the official African Giant after party. So after the show, this is where everybody is heading. Straight from the concert to the boat ride. Boarding time is 4 a.m. We sail at 5 a.m. sharp from Turtle Beach. Ticket packages available. $200 for boat ride only. $800 general admission. That's for concert and boat ride. $1,700 VIP admission for concert and boat ride. Hey, we talking vibes. All your favorite DJs going to be there. This is the boat ride you want to be on. We going right down on Friday, 28th of October. Carnival Friday morning. Tobago. We board the Harbor Master. The biggest boat ride for Tobago Carnival. Last. Tobago. Are you ready for Time Off? October 17th till the 21st, aboard the luxurious Embassy Yacht. It's the pre-pump to Tobago's Carnival, featuring Iwer George.
Well, I want to see everybody mad in the
Alongside your Street 919 DJs. Walk with your coolers. Walk with your food. We board at 2 p.m. and sail promptly at 3 from the Pigeon Point Jetty every day. Tickets cost $200 at Island E-Ticket at 919 offices in Tobago.
I want to get crazy.
For more information, call 485-3862. Time Off, the Tobago Carnival pre-pump from Monday 17th of October till the 21st. Aboard the Embassy every day.
Team Colors of We and Create a Smile Foundation presents Cheers to Life. Cheers to Life, a charitable event. October 29th, Bear Top Bar, formerly Mary's Bar, on Eastern Main Road, opposite Wassa. Advance tickets cost $40 and 2 non-perishable items, or $50 by the door. Music by top DJs, live performances by Snakey, Eddie Charles, RKG.
She tell me she have nobody, but she says she will love.
And many more. For ticket information, call 296-4493 or 277-8740 or at the Beta Bar. This event is sponsored by K2K, Alarm and Sound, Pepe's Marketing, Street 919 FM, Everslick Auto Care, Manipul Branding, One Shot Photography, Beta Bar. Help make happiness a gift this Christmas, October 29th. Cheers to Life, the charitable event. Team Colors of We and Create a Smile Foundation presents Cheers to Life. Cheers to Life, a charitable event. October 29th, Bear Top Bar, formerly Mary's Bar, on Eastern Main Road, opposite Wassa. Advance tickets cost $40 and 2 non-perishable items, or $50 by the door. Music by top DJs, live performances by Snakey, Eddie Charles, RKG.
She tell me she have nobody, but she says she will love.
And many more. For ticket information, call 296-4493 or 277-8740 or at the Beta Bar. This event is sponsored by K2K, Alarm and Sound, Pepe's Marketing, Street 919 FM, Everslick Auto Care, Manipul Branding, One Shot Photography, Beta Bar. Help make happiness a gift this Christmas, October 29th. Cheers to Life, the charitable event.
The first premier event of Tobago Carnival 2022. The ultimate carnival premier event. Your celebrity cast starring Showing Winchester, Kamanabi, Viking Ding Dong, Swap Dance Swabi, Mr. Oscar B, The Beautiful, and Donna, Mr. Iwer George, straight out of St. Vincent, Skinny Fabulous, Sharice Roberts, the soca queen herself, will be gracing the stage live with all her massive hits. October 25th, Pigeon Point Beach, Heritage Park. Are you ready?
91.9 is counting down 91 days of Christmas. Yes, 91 days of Christmas. It's karaoke, prizes to be won, giveaways. It's the 91 days of Christmas on the street. 919 FM.
I could sing, I could serenade. Oh, it's Christmas.
Want to furnish your home in style? Stylus Furniture makes this possible. Shop using our affordable layaway options to purchase any of our modern sectionals, dining, living room, or bedroom sets, and receive a dinner voucher for two at Ateliers Restaurant and Lounge. For further information, contact us at 652-2542, 652-2688, and 790-1202. You can also visit any of our branches located at 101 Crackness Village, Princestown, and 51 Rushwood Street in San Fernando. Stylus Furniture, for the style in you.
91.9 Bago Bashment presents on board the Embassy Tobago Carnival Boat Ride Week. Tobago Carnival Boat Ride Weekend. Boarding at the Pigeon Point Jetty. Kicking things off from the 24th to the 30th of October. Walk with your food and coolers. Come experience October 24th. And on the boat. October 25th. ISO on the boat. October 26th. Happy on the boat. Tickets are $200. Available at islandetickets.com or 91.9 FM Tobago. The party continues October 27th. Water on the boat. October 28th. Power Soca. October 29th. Groovy on the boat. October 30th. Juve on the boat. Tickets are $200. Available at islandetickets.com or 91.9 FM Tobago. For tickets, call 814723-363-4030 or 368-1932 or check us out on Facebook at Embassy Cruises for bookings or email at embassycruises@gmail.com. Tobago Carnival Ride Weekend.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
News from the street. 919fm.com. Here's what's happening.
Good afternoon. I am Vanessa Thomas with the news on the street 919 FM and online Facebook and YouTube on Iowa TV. In the headlines, taxi fares increase on some routes, some from today. Police shoots man in Beetham Gardens this morning. A 9-year-old boy shot and killed while playing outside in Enterprise Chaguanas, and internationally cocaine washed up on a UK beach worth £42 million. And now the news in detail. Taxi drivers operating the Diego Martin and Petite Valley routes will be increasing their fares from November 1st. President of the Diego Martin Petite Valley Taxi Drivers Association, Kervin Antwine, says this is necessary following the recent increase in gas prices. Travelers on the Petite Valley Diego Martin to Port of Spain route will now have to pay $8, short drops $6, all off-route $14, and all off-route short drops $12. Meanwhile, Belmont taxi drivers will also increase their fares by $1, while off-route fees will differ based on the destination from today. President of the Belmont United Taxi Drivers Association, Richard Vaughan, confirmed the price hike and said the association had already warned the traveling public that with the recent gas price increase, the cost of taxi fares will go up. Vaughan said this will be their first major price increase since 2014, noting that gas went up 7 times since then. Meanwhile, other taxi associations have also announced increases in prices for other routes, such as the San Juan, Carenage, and Maraval routes. The Gasparillo Taxi Drivers Association also announced an increase in their fares by $2 from today. In other news, a man receiving emergency surgery after he allegedly pointed a gun at police in the Beetham Gardens area early this morning. Police said officers of the Interagency Task Force and the Guard and Emergency Branch were on patrol in Phase 5 at around 12:20 a.m. when they saw a group of men with assault rifles. On seeing the police car, the men ran in different directions. Police chased one of the men and cornered him when he allegedly pointed a gun at the officer. Police shot the man and took him to the Port of Spain General Hospital, where he remained warded up to 10 o'clock this morning. An AR-15 rifle and magazine was allegedly seized. A 9-year-old boy was killed by a stray bullet in Enterprise, Chaguanas on Saturday night. Police say they received a report of a shooting incident on a basketball court near Africa Grounds around 8:20, and when they arrived, they found Jamal Modis with gunshot wounds. At the time, Jamal was playing at a nearby field with other children when a white panel van pulled up and the occupants opened fire on a group of men who were liming. The suspects missed their intended target and hit the child instead. The suspects fled the scene. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service say they have set up several operations and initiatives to curb the growing murder toll across the island. With less than 3 months to go for the year and 463 murders already reported, the TTPS is worried that the murder toll will cross 500. In 2008, TNT recorded 550 murders, the highest. The second highest number of murders to date was recorded in 2019 with 539 murders. As of Friday night, there had been 463 murders for the year compared with 320 for the same period in 2021. Internationally, bags of drugs have washed up on a beach in the UK worth £42 million, according to UK police. The large number of black bags tied to plastic tubs were found by passers-by. More bundles were later found and all are thought to contain cocaine. UK police say the haul weighed about 1,200 kg and warned the public not to touch any more of it that washed up, but to contact the UK force. A statement said forensic work continues on the substance found in the bags. And that was the 4 o'clock news on the street 919 FM and online, Facebook and YouTube on Iwer TV. Recapping the headlines: taxi fares increase on some routes, some from today. Police shoots man in Beetham Gardens this morning. 9-year-old boy shot and killed while playing outside in Enterprise, Chaguanas, and internationally cocaine washed up on UK beach worth £42 million. Do enjoy your afternoon and continue to be safe. I am Vanessa Thomas. Miss Aisha Wells, the Queen of Talk. She's up next.
News from the street. 919fm.com.
It's the Queen of Talk with Aisha Wells.
The Street 919 FM has embarked on a peace treaty as we aim to bring back peace, love, and unity to the streets of Trinidad and Tobago. Remember, there is no life in war. There is life only in peace. So join us on the Street 919 FM and together, let's bring back peace to the streets of T&T.
Bring back peace on the street.
Bless the world with harmony. There's no greater time for love, no greater time for peace.
Yo, this is Chuck Gordon, and right now we're advocating for peace on the street because we're doing peace on the street 919. All them youth we fighting. Wrong gang, you worrying. Peace on the street is the vibes. My Chuck them. Yeah. Oh, you come down for the healing. Come. Because they're fighting a wrong war.
down there. First time I wave around in a studio.
She a shut down and a somewhere they buy more far. She say come down south and she dey in some barrier. I tell she you too far. Cause gas face, don't talk about BP, price up to be chest. Gas face, don't talk about MP, them trying the rest. Gas face, you depend, don't get me upset. Gas face, say gas face. And shut down when I stick in, and they still won't know when I come in. Shut down when I stick in, right now I feel like I don't in. Shut down when I stick in, this girl won't leave me alone. She only call my phone. Worried, but she don't know my plan is to duck sheep. Yeah, yeah, hold on the naughty. This year I want to fet and just be free. This girl crazy like she don't know gas face. Don't talk about BP, price up to be chest. Gas face, don't talk about MP, them trying the rest. Gas face, you depend, don't get me upset. Gas face, say gas face. And shut down when I stick in, and they still won't know when I come in. Shut down when I stick in, right now I feel like I don't in. Shut down when I stick in. This girl won't leave me alone. She only call my phone. This girl won't leave me alone, alone. Oh, you wicked son. You don't know I broke him. Oh, you wicked son. You don't know I don't get. Oh, you wicked son. You don't know I don't get. Oh, you wicked son. 1 minute and now don't spend me money. So you know now I ain't coming for free. Yeah, yeah. Hold on the naughty. You want me stop and pick you up the street. This girl crazy, but she don't know gas face. Don't talk about BP, price up to be chest. Gas face, don't talk about MP, them trying the rest. Gas face, you depend, don't get me upset. Gas face, hey, say gas face. And shut down when I stick in, and they still won't know when I come in. Shut down when I stick in, right now I feel like I don't get. Shut down when I stick in, this girl won't leave me alone. She only call my phone. This girl won't leave me alone. Oh, you wicked son. You don't know I broke it. Oh, you wicked son. You don't know I don't king you. Oh, you wicked son. You don't know I broke it. Oh, you wicked son. 1 minute no. This guy she keep on asking when I come in over. I tell she a shut down and I saw me they buy more over. She say come down south and she dey in some barrier. I tell she you too hard. Gas face, don't talk about BP, price up to be chest. Gas face, don't talk about MP, them trying the rest. Gas face, you depend, don't get me upset. Gas face, say gas face. Oh, you wicked son. You don't know I broke him. Oh, you wicked son. You don't know I don't king you. Oh, you wicked son. You don't know I broke him. Oh, you wicked son. You don't know I don't king you.
All right, so we're doing a few minutes for Bad and Bougie. It's all about Bougie on the embassy boat. Remember, it's bring your own food, bring your cooler affair.
It could be the dark night, or the blazing sunlight, drunk and a red tight, but all this getting feeling right. They say that we very scary, they find we should fade, but please do not tell we. It's a little not all you're afraid. Tell them cover we, cover we. Spread that big woman all over we. We out in the town, we gathering strong, and we love to be covered down. See, we love to be.
Remember, Tobago, it is your turn to experience Bougie First premier event for Tobago's Carnival 2022. It jumps off on October 25th at the Pigeon Point Beach Heritage Park. Are you ready for bougie? Starring Mikhail Tija. Two-time road match champion Sherwin Winchester. Farmer Nappy, Viking Ding Dong, Swap Dan, and Son of the Soil Oscar B. Princess Adana is on the inside. The Water Lord himself, Neil Iwer George, and straight out of St. Vincent, it's Skinny Fabulous. The Soca Queen herself would be inside. I'm talking about Patrice Roberts. She's gracing the stage. She's going to be doing all her latest hits. It's a carnival celebration like no other. You will be amazed. You will be entertained, and we'll be drinking champagne and mining. We business bougie style. Tickets are going really fast, so get your tickets today. This is an Island Mix promotion.
Prince Judgment Day. There's nothing new if you see me behavior stinking the party. Maybe it's just the wrong. It's not me. When I drinking punch it with ice. Head gonna
Prince George, boy, big up your whole self.
Maybe
I'm really loving this one.
me. Do not criticize. If I hold a bumper too tight, no judgment. Maybe it's just the wrong. It's not me. If I hold on your waist and greet you with face and wind out your body, maybe it's just the wrong. It's not me. And if I make you wet till you dripping sweat in front of everybody, maybe it's just the wrong. It's not me. Cause when I come out the party, no time to study nobody. Mr. Loose in the bed, they just call me. They can't take me, call the army. Cause there's nothing new if you see me behavior stinking the party. Maybe it's just the wrong. It's not me. She come out of bed tonight, moving like she don't have a man. Yeah, what she tell me? Maybe it's just the wrong. Don't tell me it's not me. She all over the dance. Look at spots behind she white pants. Yeah, what she tell me? Maybe it's just the wrong. It's not me. Why so dirty? Now she kick off she shoe and climb up the fence and wind out her body. Maybe it's just the wrong. It's not she. I know I guess she vexed before she get undressed in front of everybody. Maybe it's just the wrong. It's not she. Cause when she come out the party, no time to study nobody. Mrs. Loose in the bed, they disguise it. They can't take she call the army. She cause there's nothing new if you see her behavior stinking the party. Maybe it's just the wrong. It's not she. It's the wrong. It's the wrong. It's the wrong. It's not she. It's the wrong. It's the wrong. It's the wrong. It's not me. If I hold on the waist and greet you with face and wind out the body, maybe it's just the wrong. It's not me. I know I guess she vexed before she get undressed in front of everybody. Maybe it's just the wrong. It's not she. Cause when we come out the party, no time to study nobody. Mr. and Mrs. Loose to the skyway. They can't take me, call the army. Cause there's nothing new if you see me behavior stinking the party. Maybe it's just the wrong. It's not me. We apologize. She apologized.
That's what we're talking about, guys. Bougie is going to be the event. It goes down on October 25th. You need to be there, all on sundry. Get your tickets early as we head to Heritage Park in Pigeon Point. Just 2 more minutes inside this segment and we're going to jump inside today's show, yeah?
With Tobago, carnival fever. Okay, passage and come on over. For all and sundry we will cater. Who tell them a taste was enough? Who tell them a taste was enough? Who tell them a taste was enough? Who tell them a taste would I ever be enough? Yeah, they really make we suffer. I'm going to go right down till it's over. Tobago Carnival in October. The Esplanade go be the savannah. We missing the road. Really miss the bacchanal. It's time to explode. In Tobago Carnival, we're going full blow. When we start to carry on, safety in the zone. Time to party and get down. Come down the Cham Hill and toe. Playing mass in Tobago. Big bumpers for soul. Playing mass in Tobago. The nice food and the crowd. Playing mass in Tobago. Visitors must come back to play mass in Tobago. Register. Tobago. Yeah, we ready and we coming. Tobago. Yeah, we love you and we coming.
And while we're doing that one for Tobago, don't forget Boat Ride Week starts on the 24th to the 30th of October, yeah?
Playing mass in Tobago.
The Embassy Cruises heads to Tobago.
The nice food and
It's going to be paced from the 24th straight to the 30th.
must come back to play mass in Tobago.
Tickets are only $200 per ride
With Tobago.
at islandtickets.com and at the 919 office at Spence Plaza in Crown Point. We're literally 3 minutes from Crown Point Airport.
We will cater. We missing the road. Really miss the
So as you come off the plane, don't forget to go to Spence Plaza 919 office. You can't miss the 919 sign in green. And tell them you want your ticket because you're walking with your food and your cooler, yeah?
Let it come, tell them blow. Playing mass in Tobago.
From the 24th, it's going to be Pan on the boat from 12 to 4 p.m. And on the 25th, it's Kaiso on the boat from 12 to 4 p.m. and 6 to 10. So that's 2 rides, yeah? On Chutney on the boat, it's 12 to 4 p.m. and 6 to 10. And on the 27th, it's water, and more water on the boat with the Water Lord himself from 12 to 4 and 6 to 10. And on the 28th, it's Power Soca on the boat from 12 to 4 p.m. And on the 29th, it's Groovy Soca on the boat from 6 to 10. And on the 30th, it's Juve on the boat from 12 to 4 p.m. Don't forget, for more information, call 281-4723 or 363-4030 or 368-1932. It's Embassy Cruises for bookings on Facebook and embassycruises@gmail.com. We come right back and we start today's show.
Warm it up. All who remember how Carnival was, how Carnival used to be. You remember? Let me jog back your memory. See you mean in a party, in a fete. You're feeling naughty and nice. You're feeling to sweat. Hey, so me call up kick you and tell him come down. Link some gal when him coming down. Come down. It could have sun, now it could have storm. Boy, once we touch down in Trinidad, the drinks in my glass, I'm a edit bud. When me touch down in Trinidad, them people know how to get on mad. Girl, I wine to the ground, let me tell you like that, and let me tell you like that. Oh lad, hard on man, she winding up, hard on man, she walking up, hard on man, she cock it up, hard on man, hey, hard on man, she winding up, hard on man, she walking up, hard on man, cock it up, hard on man, hey, in a sando, look woman for so, the people them whining real nice, tongue on the floor. DJ Cool Moody coming down. Yes.
right, so I'm hearing that you guys did not hear what I just said, so I shall repeat. Tobago Carnival is to be staged at a cost of $17.5 million, according to Tasia Boris, the Secretary for Tourism. She says direct flights from Miami to Tobago for Carnival via Caribbean Airlines, leaving Miami on the 23rd and on the 26th. Full flights. She says Condor to resume flights to Tobago the first week in November, 1,000 passengers already booked. And it's non-stop flights from JFK to A&R Robinson International Airport. Tobago is ready to start and brand its way off. Tobago is ready to leave a mark on the world that they could fet till they get wet and they can have a carnival. I'm opening up the phone lines for people of Tobago to get in with me in this first half hour before we make it up to 5. Tobagonians, are you excited? It's tourism talks. They already counting flights. Tobago is about to turn up. The lines are open. We are taking your calls. Let's go.
Your bum bum looking pregnant. You're shaking it like you're ignorant. Yeah. Champion bum bum. You are the champion bum bum. Your bum bum looking pregnant. You're shaking it like you're ignorant.
Let's go, caller. You're live.
Good afternoon, Aisha. I can't get a flight to go to Tobago, Aisha.
Yeah,
That's
the
why
flights.
I called you.
So you had to go Miami to get to Tobago, love?
You understand, girl, but Aisha, how much money we making? Did they talk about the...
They didn't. They did not
restaurant?
talk of how much we are expected to make, but they're
1,000
talking about how much we spend.
1,000 by 5,000 is how much going? You could work out that. Just the flight are just working out. Well, and I know the hotel would be full because you know some people want to go long before.
Listen, people saying they can't even get boat tickets to go to Tobago right now, eh?
Right.
So
no,
Tobago
yeah,
look like it lit.
But you know, Aisha, another thing, I just want to show you this in the mix. Sometimes they say there's no space, and when you go either to the airline or to the port, there's space, and something is definitely wrong there. But anyway, I hope that it works out good, and that's something.
Listen, it is 17.5 million.
Right. So then we have to make that another 70 to really gain something there. All right. Have a good luck, Tobago. Aisha, good afternoon. Good
Thank
hearing.
you, love. Let's see who else is there. You're live. Caller, you there? Not ready yet. Send me your voice notes as well. The lines are open. We're going to go straight to them, yeah? Where's this all this telling me here? Michaela Pandey on the loose? The Patriotic Front appears to be back. Michaela Pandey says her political party will be contesting the general election in 2025. Okay, Michaela, thanks. Thanks for the information. We'll bear that in mind. The lines are open. We're taking your call. Trevor, how you doing today? Hope you're having an awesome day today. Tobago Carnival is set to rumble and roll. The island can hold people. Big up yourself, Mr. Bagel. Big up yourself. I'm coming for my costume, Mr. Bagel. The lines are open. Let's take your calls.
Anywhere we go, Scarborough.
Let's go. You're live.
Afternoon to you. I Chavez. Hello?
Hi, Kingsley.
Yes, and I said, let me get in early today. Let me say good afternoon to the PNM people who will vote for an eternal election in the next 2 weeks to come. This one is for Manning. I see young Manning pull out at the race. And I want to tell them this, they thought that Rowdy did like you. They can go up independent. No. Aisha, young Manning have to come clean and tell us if Rowdy puff him up and tell him, pull out. He says family business. I hope I am hearing about triplet and twins. if it's family business, what family Miss Manning, okay. The aunt of the nation, okay. Because the uncle of the nation leave the aunt, Miss Manning, okay. And Aisha Wells, this fella is so shameful to sit down next to a man. I'm speaking about young Manning. To sit down next to Rowley, who say things about his father. Abraham Manning, just for a work, just for a job. You drag your father's legacy just for a work.
But Kingsley, you run back to the UNC just for work. But what the hell I just really be hearing, boy? Just last week you cussing Kamala and the UNC. This week you're back there holding handbag, but you cussing Mr. Manning. All you good?
Aisha.
You laughing? That one
Aisha,
tickle here?
The point. No. Aisha, as you know, Kingsley said he come back home under Karen. And once Karen lost the internal election,
he going right back. Yeah, he going back his way, as always.
Because I am not serving under evil. I serve under good. And Kamala is good. And Karen is good. I am not serving under no devilish man. And this year we are seeing all over the world today, woman is power. I couldn't believe to hear in your program, Aisha, whereas woman dragging down women. Women, big old women dragging down women. Aisha, last week I make a call. I want to make a call again because it seems to me, Kingsley, that the acting commissioner who Kingsley did support, I support you no more. I support you no more. Aisha Wells, I am calling on the PNM acting commissioner to go and arrest Rowley forthwith. Go and arrest that man.
You stand back.
Aisha, Dr. Rowley out of control. And he needs to be, Aisha, please, can you make it make sense? Right, Aisha, I know you is a bright lady. You went college, high school, you went in foreign, you went to America, you went Germany, you went to London, you went Britain, you went Wales. Aisha, if I hire you, Aisha Wells, to turn state witness on my good friend, COP, and Aisha Wells, me and you come together to go after COP. And after that, Aisha Wells, you turn to sue me. Aisha, where the deal went wrong? Where the deal went wrong? All the state witnesses turn against the government and suing the government. Hear how shameful and disgusting that Dr. Rowley needs to be charged. Right here, why? Aisha, on the AG office, millions of pounds was spent under Dr. Rowley watch of the head of government, of the head of Trinidad and Tobago, of the head of the cabinet, and he is telling us he do not know how all these pounds was paid. I am calling on the right thinking citizen. This week here, I will give you the date. We are going by the parliament and we are going to make a citizen arrest. Some of us will have to die to make our country go good. The police, the special branch might want to shoot us. They might want to beat us. But we must hold Rowley and drag him in the station. We must give him a citizen arrest. We must surround the parliament and demand. Aisha, are you going with me?
I would like you alone, Kingsley, to go and lock him up, according to what you're saying, and drag him before the courts. You alone must do that.
Dr. Rowley, there's a time You wouldn't be Prime Minister, you know. At that time, you wouldn't be Prime Minister, you know. At that time, there could be a normal citizen in this country, you know. And this country will remember you, boy. This country will remember the ungrateful you to this country. You worse than Chambers. You disgrace your children's legacy.
All right,
you
thanks.
Disgrace your grandchildren's legacy.
Thank you, Kingsley. Thank you so much. Thank you. The lines are open. We are taking your calls. Let's go. Caller, you live?
Aisha.
Yes, Gemma.
Good afternoon.
How you doing, love?
Sentence move or what?
Gemma, apparently they move between 4 and 6.
See, Aisha, I'm talking plain now, eh?
Gemma,
you see
talk.
that gentleman?
You go ahead.
I done with him.
Gemma, I have heard that before.
No. Aisha, I had forgiven him. And I take him back in my house. And now he was never a PNM. I know that, eh? He was always a UNC. Because my brother know his whole family. And he say he was the only one that was a stunt UNC. All the rest of his family was PNM. But you see them kind of nasty thing what he's saying there today?
Gemma,
Aisha,
I hear you,
Aisha,
Gemma, you took that man back before.
No, Aisha, listen to me. You see this time? You hear the kind of nasty thing what he's saying about the Prime Minister? You hear the kind of thing? Aisha, that is it. It is it.
Until he call you and tell you, Gemma, we have no lights in laugh until, and you pick up your phone and start to call all kind of PNM to help you. I've heard it before, Gemma. I've heard it before. Caller, you live?
Aisha Wells.
Oh, Lord.
A pleasant good afternoon to you. Aisha, I noticed lately that you ain't embassy outfit no more.
Yeah, I changed that. I done a that.
How come? He tell you something or you know telling me all the way from Laventine?
No, next thing you know, it have people looking for me because this man calling from America every day to ask me why I wearing. No, sir. I learn.
No, because Aisha, but let me tell you something. Aisha, whatever you do, let him take it to Cancun, Mexico, in our all-inclusive.
I see you in some all-inclusive place with a big sombrero on your head. What going on?
Boy, Aisha, boy. When I come to Trinidad for the internal election, we go talk about that.
You're coming for the internals?
I know they will let me in, you know.
I doubt they going to let you in.
But
your face on a billboard all outside Balize house.
But Aisha, let me say a special hello to the next political leader of the People's National Movement, Mrs. Karen Nunes Teixeira.
I have her up to discuss an issue in a short while, so I would really like you to skip you along because you may want to call back in when I raise this next issue.
Yeah, no problem. Aisha, right. I want to say this. There is no way in the world, let me repeat that. There is no way in the world that you have an election for 9 days. 9 days, Aisha Wells. The 26th and the 27th, and then December the 4th. Aisha Wells, what I want to know, what happened to those ballot boxes after the 26th of voting? Who keeps them after that night? On the 27th, who keeps them? And from the 27th to the 4th of December, I want to know who is keeping those ballot boxes. Aisha, that is a disaster for nefarious activities to happen. Let me say this. The United States midterm election is to be held on Tuesday, November the 8th. During this midterm election year, listen to this, Aisha Wells, 435 seats in the House of Representatives and 35 of the 100 seats in the Senate will be contested. That is millions of people, millions and millions and millions. And in the PNM, we only have about 100 and something thousand members. And you having an election for 9 days, Aisha Wells? Nah, Aisha Wells, something wrong with that process. And Prime Minister Rowley has to come clean with the people of the PNM and tell them why you having an election over 9 days. And Aisha, I don't want to use this word, but Aisha, the possibility of an election being with the R word is very, very possible when you are going to do it 9 days. And let me close with this one. Aisha Wells, the PNM call an election date for the internal election. Then they selected an election committee. And the election committee is chaired by a person, a chairman, who was appointed by the PNM and Prime Minister Rowley. Let me repeat that, because, PNM people don't want to hear this, but this is all fact. The chairman of the Sanwa Regional Corporation was appointed by Prime Minister Rowley. How could he be unbiased? How could he be fair with respect to the election? Aisha Wells, I want the election to be free and fair, and I'm not saying anything. I just believe that for a few thousand people to have an election, and you're going to have it for 9 days, Aisha, it is left to be desired. And I am scared, Aisha Wells, that this election could very possibly be rigged and be unfair to those who are contesting. Aisha Wells, you have a fantabulous, splendiferous, and marvelous rest of the day. Bye-bye.
Right, so I'm glad you raised that issue. Because on our agenda to discuss today, as you know, we only literally have 2 hours today because it is Monday. So Karen Nunes Teixeira raised an issue. I'm trying to pull up, she put here to put it on the screen here. Raised an issue via Trinidad and Tobago's Guardian that I wanted my listeners to take a look at. We're talking a little bit about the leadership contenders for the internal, yeah? And according to the Guardian, attorney Egon Embrak, who is representing the People's National Movement leadership candidate in the party's internal elections, Karen Nunes Teixeira, is demanding the chairman of the Elections Supervisory Committee, Anthony Roberts, provide answers on the transparency of the election process. Teixeira is calling the decision by the PNM to change the voting process from 1 day to 9-day period. Her attorney made the demand for answers in a 6-page letter to Roberts. At the end of the day, voting will be happening with, okay, let me take that again. At the end of the voting, what will be happening, thank you, with the ballot boxes? How will they be handled? Will the ballot boxes be transported from one location to another for safekeeping? If so, by whom? What details will be used to transport the ballot boxes? Police detail, a personal detail, etc. Are the ballot boxes to be returned the next day in the polling station? What is the procedure? Is it safe? Is it secure? Is it fair? What are the policies and protocols in place to return the ballot boxes to the polling stations to ensure fair elections and significantly minimize, if not eliminate, any risk or possibility or probability of tampering? He's also seeking to find out what is the procedure and the methodology there would be for treating with ballot boxes after voting is completed on December 4, 2022. Where will the ballot boxes be? What is the safe and secure, fair procedures, policies, and protocols are in place for safekeeping of these boxes and for counting and tabling the ballots therein to ensure fair elections and to significantly minimize, if not eliminate, any risks or probability of tampering with the votes cast? Her attorney has demanded answers to these questions to be provided by Wednesday, or they are threatening legal action. PNM people, the madness starts. Karen Nunes Teixeira, via her attorney, is given the Elections Committee Chairman, Anthony Roberts, 2 more days until he responds to her concerns as the internal election heats up, or she is going to take legal action. And while we're talking about PNM leadership, also in The Guardian, the PNM leadership contender is seeking $50,000 to run his campaign. I'm talking about former UNC Senator Junior Barak. He's contesting the PNM's election and he is penniless. Mr. Barak is hoping to raise $50,000 to run his campaign through donations from friends, well-wishers, sponsors, and PNM supporters. 63-year-old Barack is one of 3 challengers for the political leadership in the PNM's internal elections. Former Finance Minister Karen Nunes Teixeira and former Sandy Grande Regional Corporation Chairman Ronald Boynes are the other 2 contenders alongside the Prime Minister for December 4th. This is the first time the leadership post is so heavily contested. In 2018, Dr. Rowley had no challengers. In 2014, Penelope Beckles vied for the position but was defeated. Barack, who lives in Shogunas, will launch his campaign very soon. He says he has lived in Mova and in Toko. He has an outstanding love for community work and development. Even after serving in the UNC as a temporary senator in the 90s, Barack says he became a PNM in the year 2002, and he boasted that he still is a general council member of the country's longest-serving party. He's a former businessman and a retiree, and he's admitting he has what it takes to go against powerhouse Dr. Rowley. We're talking PNM business when we come back. 21 seconds before that break. Stay with us.
We never need an occasion to jump up. A small island, easy link up. Mount open and to jump out. I wanna know what they're talking about. At Tobago Carnival. Tobago Carnival.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the street 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the street 919 FM.
The first premier event of Tobago Carnival 2022. The ultimate carnival premier event. Your event celebrity cast starring Showin Winchester, Farmer Nabi, Viking Ding Dong, Swap Dan Swabi, Mr. Oscar B, the beautiful Adana, Mr. Iwer George, straight out of St. Vincent, Kimmy Fabulous, Patrice Roberts, the soca queen herself, will be gracing the stage live with all her massive hits. October 25th, Pigeon Point Beach, Heritage Park. Are you ready?
Police, good day. Officer Best Price here. Johnny Q Auto Parts Division?
Yes, sir.
I'm here to investigate an assault on batteries.
Excuse me, sir?
Is it true you have batteries selling for $488?
Yes. Power Master, Optima, Vata, and Megastar batteries.
So I could buy a battery for $488?
Yes, sir. For cars, trucks, and boats. Backed and distributed by Massey Automotive.
Which part?
Right here at Johnny Q Hardware and Auto Parts Division, 15 Arabita Avenue, Woodbrook. And our new Johnny Q Superstore, located at Lowlands Mall off Claude Noel Highway in Tobago. You could call 60 Tools.
All right. Thanks, boss. Nah, man. Granny,
do you have $488 to lend, man?
Want to furnish your home in style? Stylus Furniture makes this possible. Shop using our affordable layaway options to purchase any of our modern sectionals, dining, living room, or bedroom sets, and receive a dinner voucher for 2 at Ateliers Restaurant and Lounge. For further information, contact us at 652-2542, 652-2688, and 790-1202. You can also visit any of our branches located at 101 Crackness Village, Princestown, and 51 Rushwood Street in San Fernando. Stylus Furniture, for the style in you.
91.9 Bago Bashment presents On Board the Embassy Tobago Carnival Boat Ride Week.
Tobago Carnival Boat Ride Weekend.
Boarding at the Pigeon Point Jetty. Kicking things off from the 24th to the 30th of October. Walk with your food and coolers. Come experience October 24th. Pan on the boat. October 25th. ISO on the boat. October 26th. 26. Be on the boat. Tickets are $200. Available at islandetickets.com or 91.9 FM Tobago. The party continues October 27th. Water on the boat. October 28th. Power Soca. October 29th. Groovy on the boat. October 30th. Juve on the boat. Tickets are $200. Available at islandetickets.com or 91.9 FM Tobago. For tickets, call 814723-363-4030 or 368-1932 or check us out on Facebook at Embassy Cruises for bookings or email at embassycruises@gmail.com. Tobago Carnival Ride Weekend.
Tobago. Are you ready for Time Off? Time Off. October 17th till the 21st. Aboard the luxurious Embassy Yacht. It's the pre-pump to Tobago's Carnival featuring Iwer George.
Well, I want to see everybody mad in the fat.
Alongside your Street 919 DJs. Walk with your coolers. Walk with your food. We board at 2 p.m. and sail promptly at 3 from the Pigeon Point Jetty every day. Tickets cost $200 at Island E-Ticket at 919 offices in Tobago. For more information, call 485-3862. Time Off. The Tobago Carnival pre-pump from Monday 17th of October till the 21st. Aboard the Embassy every day.
October will never be better with Tobago Carnival fever. Okay, passage and come on over.
The Street Mass in Tobago. Where the uniqueness of Tobago comes alive. With its carnival, creatives produce music, craft, mass, literature, and other memorabilia that ignites the history and creativity of Tobago. It's the Street Mass in Tobago, right here on the street. 919 FM.
Mud is life. Mud on mud. Mud is life. Great Fed weekend. Mud Mass. Kong Point, Tobago.
Saturday, 29th of October. Juve morning in Tobago. Mud is life.
Hey. Tobago Carnival. Jesus. Hey, mud is life. Mud is life. Tobago Carnival. Mud is life.
Hey. From 4 to 9 a.m., we take over the streets of Kong Point. Then, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., we head to the headquarters at Crusoe Drive for extreme mud play and fun. For more information, you can visit mudislifeexperience.com.
Mud is Life, Mud Mass, Tobago Carnival, Crown Point, Tobago, 4 a.m. to 2 p.m.
You know who it is, Tobago. Get ready to celebrate Mud Mass with Mud is Life.
Diwali, the festival of lights, celebrates light over darkness, good over evil, knowledge over ignorance, and hope over despair. As we celebrate, let all our lights shine brightly this Diwali and beyond, illuminating the path to peace and love for all. Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Company Limited joins the Hindu community in this celebration, wishing Shubh Diwali to all. TGMF, from here to home.
91.9 is counting down 91 days of Christmas. Yes, 91 days of Christmas. It's karaoke, prizes to be won, giveaways. It's the 91 days of Christmas on the street. 919 FM.
in to the Street 919 FM every Thursday from 10:05 a.m. to 10:20 a.m. for the program Straight and Narrow, The Way of Life, The Health Store, being brought to you by Mrs. Arlene Collins Mohammed. For more information, check us out on Facebook or Instagram at Straight and Narrow, or visit our website at www.opulence.com/Arlene for Life. You can also call or WhatsApp at 309-4697 or 620-9379.
Tune into the Street 91.9 FM
every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
for the Repairing of the Breach radio program with me, Bishop Showinau Thomas.
The scripture says, "And they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places.
Thou shalt raise up the foundation of many generations, and thou shalt be called the repairers of the breach, the restorers of the paths to dwell in."
Don't miss it. Repairing the Breach radio program with Bishop Sherwin R. Thomas on the Street 919 FM every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
If you're experiencing pain, constipation, headaches, poor blood circulation, high or low blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, swollen or darkened feet, come visit us at Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. We at Health and Wealth Lifestyle offer a wide range of services. Come and experience our new 3D analyzer, which allows you to have a look inside your body. We also provide live blood analysis, iridology, ionic foot detox with foot soak and foot massage, aquatherapy, full body massage, and organic supplements on sale such as Nano Silver, Nano Zinc, Body Light, cold pressed sesame oil, and more. Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at number 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. For more information, call 275-8359 or 288-1108.
Join Nicole Huggins for Health and Wealth Lifestyle Tuesday morning from 11:05 to 12 noon, right here on the Street 919 FM.
Hi, I'm Valentine Garcia.
And I'm Nikki Garcia.
Please join us on the Final Hour broadcast every Thursday at 9 a.m. on the Street 919 FM radio.
Every week we will journey into the amazing Word of God. So please join us.
See you then.
Renting a car in Tobago should be quick, affordable, and easy.
Wow.
Here at Onia Rentals, we make the process as simple as possible by using our easy e-sign-up. Yep, we can sign you up from just about anywhere using our tablets. See? All done. And everything goes straight into the cloud. Yeah, you're on your way. Are you coming to Tobago? Book your car rental with us and enjoy the most affordable rates in Tobago. But hurry, because cars go pretty fast. Call 361-1042. That's 361-1042. One more time, 361-1042. O'Neill Auto Rentals, Tobago, taking you further.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m., to the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., The Law and You, and every Friday evening from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. All Night Prayer Live, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He hath showed thee, O man, what is good, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. appreciated. Account number 795222. For further information, call 753-1113 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
Every Friday, it's all about Fire Mood Soca Fridays with MC Duke and Selector Kochi from 6 straight to 9 p.m. blazing all the latest and past soca hits. So remember, make it a line, make it a day, rock and come in, you know. It's all about Fire Mood Soca Fridays on the Street 919 FM. You don't know.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
All right, goodly people, we are back. Thank you so much for staying with us. I know you would have heard our discussion in the last hour, and I'm hoping that you guys get in now as the lines are open. 2 topics up for discussion. Karen Nunez's Teixeira's threat of legal action if she doesn't get response to questions asked about the PNM's internal election process. Also, leadership contender, former UNC Senator Junior Barak, is seeking $50,000 to run his internal election campaign. I'm trying to figure out, it's the first time I'm hearing a candidate in an internal elections seeking a budget to run. I don't know if that's a normal UNC practice, but the first time I'm hearing about that in the PNM. Anybody knows better, tell me. Caller, you live?
As well, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I heard what you said about Mrs. Teixeira, what was on the papers and whatever. Okay? I would like Mrs. Teixeira to come, maybe on your station, or just tell us how the whole process should be. She should tell us where she think the boxes should be. Okay, you see what she don't agree with certain things? Come and present unto us a solution. Mr. Teixeira, please, come and present unto us a solution. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Caller, you live?
I saw as you.
I am good, how are you?
Not too bad, girl. I was afraid to call in before 5 because I realize there is for special needs callers. Because they hit you back to back. You understand? Aisha, listen. You know, I might say something kind of controversial here. It's not going to get the station into trouble or disrepute. But what I'm going to say is that, you know, normally, the normal scenario is that people get into governance and then have questions to answer. We are wanting to put somebody with questions to answer before they get into government. Are we all right in our minds? Are we sane? Because to me, that seems to be a real problem. So you just bypass the whole issue of getting into power to have questions. You coming into power with questions? We serious? But I realize like that is the trend because we do the same kind of bacchanal in Tobago. So now Trinidad going and adopt it. People, are they real? But Aisha and I was sorry to stray from this whole scenario. I see a tire burn for a 7-year-old child. Aisha, God, his life didn't matter.
They have a candlelight protest in the community, though. I've been invited to one tonight. So don't be too quick to judge the villagers there. They're trying to cope with the loss. Caller, you live?
Good afternoon, Aisha.
Hey, how you doing, Mano, my love?
Well, I'm just speaking to this come. Just saying, Teixeira want to jump in the dance and tell you what kind of music you play. Is it so?
Yes, you go ahead.
you jump in the dance. You come from Norway. My music tonight playing Castian.
Mano, feel free to call me back. I don't know what happened. Caller, you live? Caller, you live?
Yes, my sister Aisha.
Hey, my dear brother Andrew.
Yes. After God, I'm well and I'm listening to everybody. And you see, I just talk plain. I don't talk by no boat. Because, you see, all those who affiliated themselves with UNC and want to come in this party, this institution, and say they want to fight for posts, that is a dangerous spot. It is a dangerous spot because a dog accustomed sucking egg, you could never stop him from sucking egg. And long they have that in the DNA, all of them, because the woman and all who fighting, I want to question all, do all kind of questioning. She and all is dangerous. She's dangerous. So say that, because and I hear a man from America talking about she will be the next leader. Then a that and a pink donkey he wouldn't see. That and a pink donkey he wouldn't see. Because you know why? You have to see, when you see something in a day, you don't take night, you don't take bully day to look for it. You make it out in a day. And I hope PNM people see it. Because you can't be bad talking the party that you want to run. Bad talking the people that in it. I want to come and say you want the same people to vote for you. That would be madness. I wasn't very carefully. But I know them so. They to come real good to be Dr. Rowley. And here the next man say he wants $50,000 to campaign. I asked him a question. I wonder if that money that he wants, if it's a pay to get voters. I asked him a question, you know. Because them, you have to be careful with them. They are dangerous. I'm saying it. They are dangerous. You have to be careful with them. I don't trust them as far as my eyes could see. Have a blessed evening.
Thank you so much. Every line is lit. You're live.
Hello, Aisha.
Hi.
I agree with Andrew. And this man who want money, begging for money, if you know you're broken, we want to go and be leader of our party. Stay in the UNC. I don't trust them. I remember when Jack Warner party, they had a UNC woman until she was the leader of the party. And next thing when she's ready to go back into the party, she go back into the party and talk about all Jack Warner business. You can remember that, Aisha?
Yeah, I remember, but I forgot her name.
I forget your name. You're trusting them UNC people, but them coming to find out PNM business, and then now they're ready to go back in the party. They're going and talk about all PNM business. Jack Warner was shocked. Everything going on in the party, the woman went back and talked about. They ain't trusting them UNC people, boys. No money for he. Let you go back in UNC.
All right, thank you so much. Let's see who else is there. Caller, you are live. Caller, you live.
Miss Aisha, good evening. How are you doing?
Hi.
Calling out of Tobago. I don't want no villagers with no candlelight in it. It should be the whole of Trinidad. And even include Tobago too for that 9-year-old innocent child. That village thing is because the people in the village sympathizing with the family. But you see, all because when the girl get killed up in Arima, was people from all Siparia, Distia, Barria, wherever it was, that they come to get candlelight vigil with her father. So that little 9-year-old innocent boy, he should have the whole of Trinidad. They're down there tonight, everybody should move down there. Whoever color, creed, race, or whatever should be down there. Right? I had something to tell Andrew and he asked a question. I will try and get him back. He said something and I was giving him the right answer to it.
No problem, yeah, Mr. Monson George. Feel free to call us back. I know how it is go. Sometimes you forget. Caller, you live?
Yes, good evening.
Hi.
Yes. Well, caller, Mr. George, yes, you're well, I am always looking at I say, well, the whole stand who come down in Shawanas, all the women have, what do you do? But Aisha, you wonder about the UNC and money? Yeah? The people out of office and they still teaching. check the chief with. Thank you.
Caller, you live.
Oh, hi, Aisha.
Caller?
Aisha, what's good afternoon?
And you cut off a caller there, boy.
well, maybe that caller wasn't making sense. Aisha, I want to start by saying, since in politics, almost every leader that got in power had something to answer for. Because I hear people saying that people come into fight and had things to answer for. You know, even the great Kid Christopher Rowley become the leader and had things to answer for. So let me be real. But Aisha, my contribution this afternoon is Karen Nunes Teixeira. I see she getting some big fish in support, but I want to say, Kid Christopher Rowley didn't just come there easy. He didn't just come there easy. We have to remember Kid Christopher Rowley was saying the things that Trinidad and Tobago wanted to hear in order for him to come there. People coming to the and telling that Karen Nunes Teixeira saying the things that people wanted to hear, that people want to hear, and they want she there. And yet still I listened to an interview with she, and she claimed that the money that Clico is Clico, right, Aisha? The money that people was that losing Clico, we didn't have to line up like some of the other countries for days to get the money. And it was dealt with in a nice way. And the person was interviewing, she turned and say, no, it's only the big shots and them get the money back in a nice way. The ones who was well off get the money in a nice way. And it's still up to today. Have countries, islands in the Caribbean, not countries, islands in the Caribbean have yet to be paid the money, and she tried to cover that up. She tried to push that aside, and the woman, and then she was like, yeah, right? Because if you say something was done good, it should be done good. Don't say it was done good, and you know to yourself that people waiting still for money that is owed to them from that problem. Now, I ain't saying that problem can make sure I'm a prime minister, but what I'm saying is, for 7 years, let me say for 7 years, Kid Christopher Rowley did not do a good job. Where you was in 7 years to come out and fight for the people? How you want to be a leader and you sit down for 7 years off the map and just so you come to say all the good things to the people? Aisha Wells, I want to tell these people who think that woman could be, and only know I don't know Kid Christopher Rowley supporter, but I want to put my money where my mouth is, because I don't think she could beat Kid Christopher Rowley. I don't think whoever she coming with could beat Kid Christopher Rowley, because that man didn't come there just so, right? And he ain't gonna walk away from there just so. And I want to say to the PNM people who supporting she, all they're telling me it had nobody in the PNM party, in the PNM organization, that all you're seeing, all you're training or coaching to really come and be the leader of the party when Kid Christopher Rowley decided to step down. When he decided to step down, all they're telling me, all they didn't see nobody else. I hear people saying about Penelope Beckers, whatever. I hear it talk. But all of a sudden, nobody talking she no more. Everybody on Karen Nunes Teixeira. But where was Karen Nunes Teixeira through everything for the last 7 years in Trinidad and Tobago? When the people was crying, when people was marching, when people was doing everything, where she was. But she coming to give people the best song. Just like Kid Christopher Rowley was giving me a real good song against Patrick Manning. All you who love Patrick Manning and coming and talk about Patrick Manning. Kid Christopher Rowley was giving me the best song when he was fighting against Manning. Karen Nunes Teixeira is giving me today the best song fighting against Kid Christopher Rowley. But is that good for Trinidad and Tobago? Is that going to really bring the changes that we need when we hearing that she had to still pay off the rest of the islands that is owed money? So you telling me she coming there to lead for money to be going out the back door of the treasury to pay the money she owed people for how much years ago? Tell me if that's what's going to happen with all you who coming to push you in there. So let me stop pretending or acting like fools We want a leader, or we want people to run Trinidad and Tobago to make the country better. Not to come and talk, or you was there before and you didn't do nothing right, but you coming now to say you're ready to do it right. Let me stop the nonsense, Trinidad and Tobago, and all you outside there who want to say Karen Nunes to Shara. I bet him she can't beat Christopher Rowley. She cannot beat Christopher Rowley. I bet him I print my money when my mouth is. When they come, I should have a good evening.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me say the views of the callers is not that of the management and staff of the Street 919 FM. It is not my view, okay? Just mentioning. Caller, you live?
Good afternoon, Aisha.
Hi, love.
I'm just looking at everything, how it seems. It's so out of sort. If Karen was really a true PNM member, as she says, she should know how the internal elections run. We never had no problem. All of a sudden, you come up with all these problems as a question to what is going to happen with the internal elections. She is really on folly. She's not serious. She's just there to create chaos, like how everybody else is trying to bring down this present government. And she's just another soul. She gets no vote.
Thank you so much, love. I guess people don't really seem to care about the questions that she has been asking or the questions that she's seeking for the public to know exists and by extension to get the party to answer. But we'll take a few more calls. Caller, you live?
Good afternoon to you, dear journalist and former councillor. A pleasant afternoon to you.
Hi, Tabakit.
Happy to be alive and the management of the station and all callers. Pleasant afternoon. Now, I realized last week Friday, because of time with Dr. Livet, we could not have really gone into this discussion. And I heard something while I was sitting in the pavilion. And when I heard about a $50,000 or something like that for...
No, let me repeat what you heard, Tabakit.
Thank you.
Your former UNC colleague that you didn't want to list on Friday.
Not him alone. I'll call some other names this afternoon.
Okay, great. Well, your former UNC colleague, who is now contending for the leadership position of the party, is looking to raise $50,000 to, boost his campaign. And it's the first time I could remember anyone, because I contested internal elections in the party before.
I know. And
I have never heard anyone, any party member, looking for funds for an internal election. I've never heard of it.
Let me address the ugly elephant in the room.
You go ahead. You go right
ahead. First of all, when I speak here this evening, I speak as one of the official mainstream UNC activists on this program. And let me clear up something. First of all, that man is not a part of the UNC. The UNC does not function like that. Anything to do with the executive, NATEX, and the political leader, the UNC will distance itself from that.
But Tabakit, he was a UNC senator.
Well, if you would allow me, I want to
speak. My bad. You go right ahead.
I'm speaking to a subject matter in regards to finance and any sort of campaigning.
Okay.
It is not the position of the United National Congress, our political leader, the Honorable Ms. Kamla Prasad-Bissessar, and NATEX and its executive. The party does not function like that. And if this man is doing that, he is doing that on his own. Let me say this. I think Kitchener sang it well, snake in the budget. To those people who
that wasn't Kitchener, it was Shadow.
Thank you. Oh, I'm so happy I know what I'm doing. But nevertheless, let's get there. Because it's serious. And I want to say people like him. And I think is Catherine Cole. What was the singer again?
Who the hell is Catherine Cole?
Not Catherine Cole. Some Cole was a singer. Right.
Tabakit, I think you have a call, but go ahead.
Thank you. I love you, you know. You're very intelligent. But nevertheless, I don't want to confuse the talk. I want to say this. To all the reject people where they have rejected themselves from the UNC, they are no longer members, and if they are PNM members, the PNM have to deal with that. Not the UNC, not its executive, and not our political leader, the Honorable Kamla Prasad Discipline. These people were snakes, yeah, and where they belong in a party where there is snakes, and I'm saying here.
So, Tabakit, 1 minute.
Yes,
if they came from the UNC, were they snakes there? And now that they're in the PNM, are they snakes here? I'm trying to figure out where you're going with this, because if you're raising snakes and letting them loose, then use the problem, you know.
No, hold on. We didn't raise any snakes.
So there wasn't snake when there was Biolia?
No, there wasn't snakes at all.
Oh.
What happened, we discover that to the end of the day, everything will purge out itself. All bona fide members and executive members and bona fide members, they remain as UNC. Understand that? And when I heard you said this afternoon about any sort of monetary value in terms of running in an eternal election, darling, these people really reach where they're going. So, question Balije House, its executive, and the people who brought them into the PNM, they now have to question these people. And I say this, I spent too much time already here. The other 4 people who is vying for internal election, and let me call, man, come on, you know Tabakita here nothing. I want to find out how long Kim Cole, I'm calling it, how long Kim Cole became an active member of the People's National Movement.
But I am sure you follow her on social media, Tabakit.
I'll try my best.
Why use my forum to ask Kim Cole any questions? Why me?
Well, to the end of the day, wait, what good for one, good for all? Because you can't be mentioning Barrett. But when the name Kim Cole comes up...
Tabakit, I sure you know that girl and I are friends.
Hold on.
I don't know Barrett from nowhere.
Hold on. And you need to be fair now. And be fair with me. I am not attacking in any way. This is how you mention Barrett. Right? Regardless to if you is
But Kim Cole not in the media looking for $50,000. That is why I mentioned Barrett.
1 minute, we dealt with the 50,000 already. You is now saying people who is rejected and people who are snakes in the party, who they are not no longer with the party. So I'm saying Kim Cole is one of those persons who would have left the UNC and now vying for internal election position in your PNM party.
And I am saying, Tabakit, and hear me out. If you identify Kim Cole as your former UNC colleague, it should be easy for you, Tabakit, to ask her how long she has been functioning as a member of the PNM. Why come by me with that couture? I just tell him and the girl is friends.
Hold one sec before I take my leave. Why it is we could hear everything about Barrett?
Because Barrett is in the papers looking for money. I not seeing Kim looking for money in the papers.
We dealt with the money. I am now saying Kim Cole, in truth and frank, was a snake in the UNC.
I don't know that, Tabakit. I don't have that information. I was never in the UNC.
I don't have that information.
Well, all
right.
Okay.
So I am saying as I take my leave, what good for the goose, good for the gander.
I find you sounding like you're blocking for Barrett and this $50,000.
I am blocking. Hello, let me tell you. Anybody who would have left the United National Congress and is not a party card holder there, we have business with them. But I'm now saying there is some other name, like Chase and all of them, who is vying for position in the People's National Movement. I wish them all the best, but I'm saying as shadows on it, snakes go where snakes have to be. Snakes in the ballige. Tabakit,
Tabakit use a big trap, you know. You know that? A large trap. You know them trappies used to catch manikou and thing. Use that kind of trap, Tabakit. You come by me to raise your antness, and when you're done, you claiming you know people as your colleagues, then you should know how to contact them. What the hell you doing on my show trying to ask people questions? Look, caller, you live.
Hi, Aisha.
Hi, love.
Well, I had to wait till the end to hear the two names of the people that, because I would not have listened. I mean, with this guy, oh boy, Aisha, I don't understand what he was saying, you know. You know your question. You know what type of answer you're looking for, whether it's negative, because everybody's biased. Me, I bias. You know, everybody have their bias.
Right.
But, I mean, come on. But we are talking to educated people, because I've listened to the callers, Aisha, and I'm telling you that the people know what they hear. They know what the deliverer, the presenter, I mean the callers, you know what I'm talking about, what they are saying, because when you receive it, you must be able to receive it right. So if they say it saying stupidness, the callers understand. So the listeners understand. They may not call, but I mean, come on. I'm not criticizing anybody because everybody have a point of view, and it's good to hear the other side, right? And it's negative. But sometimes the way the caller is telling you as if you don't understand him, you don't understand what he's saying, and you don't understand the question you ask to get the answer that he's saying. Aisha, keep it going. You have it good. You're educating the public. Thank you.
Hey, listen, I just can't able with the backers, you know. I just can't deal with it. Caller, you live?
Hi, good afternoon, Aisha.
How you doing, my darling?
Very, very good. Very, very good.
I know you heard Tabakit's preamble.
Yes, I heard Tabakit's preamble and everything.
Yes.
And everything. And you know what is amazing about people like Tabakit, and then I keep telling people, I don't know how people could really join the UNC.
I don't know. I doesn't understand it.
Yeah, the UNC don't have a philosophy of embracing people. The UNC don't respect people's race.
No, they
the
don't.
UNC, right, the UNC will embrace you if you feel that, listen, you could persuade other people to vote for them.
Yes.
They disregard you.
Yes.
You don't hear what you're after. So Kim Cole, I mean, what could be more disingenuous of a party and leadership? There's a leader in the UNC told people that you have to value party more than country. Do you need anything else to say? But I share there is my problem.
Where's your problem?
The guy from Brooklyn, and I tell them, they need to do not so much research, but if you now start following the politics, better you wait until you hear something from those who know before you reach a conclusion. Dr. Rowley never chastised or gave any promises in relation to leadership when Mr. Manning was there. In fact, whatever transpired between Dr. Rowley and Mr. Manning, God bless his soul, Mr. Manning came to the parliament, and after that, all hell broke loose. Now, we went that bridge, and Aisha does tell African people, learn to be forgiven. Dr. Rowley, I've mentioned to people, Brian Manning is in the cabinet. Mrs. Manning went there to the screening of every single thing, and we have moved on. And Aisha Wells, the devil is still active in some African people.
You telling me?
I don't know. We can't move on at all.
Especially ones who claiming that they want to make a citizen's arrest when they see Keith Rowley. Is Kingsley are trying words for? Is he talking about?
Well, I don't really take Kingsley serious because, again, I do like fellas with chameleon spirit. And there's a lot of little African fellas like Kingsley and the guy in Brooklyn, a fella to extend, then the one in New Jersey there. It looks like it's only overseas people running it, trying to run us here, you know. And my thing is, they are so displaced that if you aligning yourself with UNC members, plus you're talking to PNM bad in public, why would you want to lead? I mean, it's so disingenuous. So my thing, Aisha Wells, I just have a view on how things going in our country today. I am happy that Dr. Rowley is in the forefront of things. I think he's going to win. I think Miss Junior Seshera is not so much damaged goods, but she's heading in a direction where she could hurt her political career. I think she should stay quiet and observe. and eke her way back into the PNM to get a level of respect. But what she's doing there is real causing more displacement for herself and making herself look really, really bad. Well, as I listen to the program, I want to tell Trinidad and Tobago and a lot of people who feel that the UNC is worthy of running Trinidad and Tobago. The UNC have a lot of things to answer. And Ms. Nunez Shera, I remember seeing her on a forum, listening, taking questions and ill talking the PNM. And now we want to lead that party. I have a problem with that, Aisha Wells. Take care of yourself, Miguel.
Thank you, my dear brother. All right, let me play some voice notes because I know the voice noters have not gotten to the show as yet. Hold on, guys. Hold the calls. Hold the calls. Let me get the voice notes people in. I beg of you. Hold on. I see you earlier, but I had to get the voice notes people in. All right, just bear with me.
What part of the world a man will go in a prime minister residence and carry plant-like substance? Kamala must come. Kamala must come straight and tell me who the plant-like substance belong to. We are stupid. We just asking question. Kingsley, all you mustn't sell all your soul, boy. All you mustn't sell your soul. You and all, your judgment coming. Your tongue will stick up in the roof of your mouth. Locked on and listening.
Said. President, good evening, Miss Aisha. When I listen public, how long I send a voice message? Aisha, could you give us a date when the Prime Minister intend to call the date for the local election? What is the date, Mr. Prime Minister? We want the date. Aisha, we want the date. But anyway, another topic, Aisha. What do you think about Michaela Pandey launching her political party soon? Right? Because a lot of us are waiting to hear what she have to say because we fell up at this PNM and this UNC. And corruption is corruption. And we are really seeing lawyers leaving the pocket fat. Who is leaving the pocket fat? This one getting a deal, that one getting a deal, and poor people really suffering in this country. Right? Under both regime, none were good. Them is the worst to ever pass through this country. Both Kamala regime and this present one administration. So you want to give somebody new a chance. And if you look at history, right, you realize that the majority of the people who don't vote, who's the undecided voters, as well as people who switch votes, who don't have a stable political view, who switch from time to time, they vote based on logic and what they believe is right. So one could say that when the COP that came out, right, and they run their campaign, it was one of the highest, I think, ever in turnout of voters. In I think when that was in COP, I think it was 800,000 people did vote, right? And when you look at the other years, it went down to after COP joined with Kamala them and so forth, that they mash up that party. So there was a force to reckon with in the sense of if they continue on also they might have been running this country. So the people are looking for a political party that could wow their minds and they would vote for that party. Right? The people are fed up of PNM and UNC. We even talk to the majority of the people on the ground. We ain't talking about the fanatics who we calling in. Them don't win the election. There's a few. I'm talking about majority of the people on the ground who don't say nothing, whatever. The youth, especially because they look at the PNM campaign, you see as that geriatrics, old people who go in there. You don't come at me and say for saying using the word old. The word old is in the Bible. It is also in a dictionary. It don't mean that I'm putting on old people. Everybody will get old sometime. What I'm saying is that most of the elderlies is the one who's supporting PNM now. The young people don't want to hear PNM. Right? So they can do what they want. The days are numbered. Right, Kamala, you ain't coming in power neither.
Joseph Moses, we could do without hearing from you, I know you didn't message me long time and thing, but, we could do without not hearing from you. Thanks.
Queen Aisha Welch, Queen I talk. How can you encourage that? Is Dr. Keith Rowley talking about, the Prime Minister of this country, you know. Why are you encouraging that?
Good afternoon, Aisha. Tobago in the house here. Tobago, Aisha, I see that article. Her asks, the question we need to ask Mr. Shabaris. And how much of that went to mass band leaders? Aisha, they decided that they're giving us a little kakada to help we. After we sat in a meeting with these people, we explained to them how much for feathers and all these things. The money that they gave to band leaders. Aisha are calling it $5, $7, and $15. No, the $5 went to most band leaders. The $7 went to those in the who say they're bringing like 500 and over. And Aisha, one band leader get the $15, Aisha. The $15 when you could have given all band leaders about $20 to $30 across the board. But no, Aisha are coming out now because they don't stigmatizing your girl. Oh yes, they don't stigmatizing. But my backboard, don't worry, I'm frightened that. But for the Saturday night mass up in Roxborough, they give divisions.
Thank you, Mr. Bago. Thank you so much for sharing. Really sorry to hear the band leaders going through that. Caller, you live?
Yes, I tried to come back in again.
Welcome back.
I hear a fella just talking about PNM and the young people set up a PNM and PNM. And these fellas now born, you know. Them now born. They know nothing about Trinidad. They know absolutely nothing about Trinidad. I am 70 years old, and I was here when the blood are latching outside. The road was gravel road. Every institution, put it to the back of your head, every institution set up in this country was set up by the People's National Movement. Like it or not, you may not like it, like them, but it was set up by them.
Thank you so much, my brother. Very educational. Caller, you live?
Hi, Sir Wells.
Yes, Wall Street.
Sir Wells, you know, I don't normally call back your program, right? But I just want to...
I find you're doing that plenty when Karen name call these days.
No, because people are running scared because Karen comes to improve the PNM. And many people don't seem like they want any improvement in the PNM. And by the way, Aisha Wells, let me quickly say this. First, he came for Patrick Manning. I did not speak out because I was unhappy with Manning. Then he came for Calder Hart, and I did not speak out because he was appointed by Patrick Manning. Then he got rid of the Balize tie. I did not speak out because I didn't wear a tie. Then he came for the party groups, and I did not speak out because I was in cabinet. Then he came for you, and there was no one left to speak for you. But Aisha Wells, I don't know how people can say that Prime Minister Rowley didn't cause dissension in the PNM for him to become the Prime Minister, you know. They're for real? Huh? I said it's unbelievable. It had to be PNM and HDD, hypocritical, deceitful, and disingenuous. But let me say this, Aisha Wells, please. For the people who are calling your program and talking about Clico Investment Bank and CL Financial, and is absolutely clueless. Let me repeat that, Aisha Wells. If you went to your fridge and you take out a cocoa, let me say that you are absolutely clueless with regards to Clico Investment Bank, and CL Financial. And I hear a fellow named Crooklyn calling and talking about Clico and this, that. What he said there, Aisha Wells, if he was in my global business class, he get a F-, because he's absolutely clueless, Aisha Wells. But you know, once Karen Nunes-Tichera wins, every single PNM will not be demonized, discredited, dismissed, right? I said they will all be welcome back. And Aisha, you have a beautiful, marvelous day. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Wall Street. Like you getting a big post, boy. Like they getting a big post. Caller, you live?
Yes, Mr. Aisha.
Yes, Monks and George.
Right. I just listening to this Wall Street Monday. He just get me so annoyed. He is like a fowl that they call in Tobago a yard fowl. Eat and wipe his mouth on the ground. He has no shame. Why he don't shut his mouth? But he know about Pico Bank and whatever. He living in, he say New Jersey, but in old Jersey he live in for 40 years. And say, but he's a professor, the naughty, lying, stupid professor. Wall Street, why you don't give us a chance here, boy? Teixeira what? Teixeira, Mr. Teixeira make Mr. Manning lose the election when she was the finance minister. I say so. She is the main
Monks and
cause.
George, you pelting handcuff.
I say so, Mr. Aisha. Not the station, not the views
So
of
you're
anybody.
saying it was single-handedly that lady?
She is the main thing. That was the main campaign why Mr. Manning lose that election at the time. Because they said he encouraged her as the prime minister and hide everything. She is the main source that she could jump high, jump low. I say so. She's the main cause. Make Mr. Manning lose that election to Mr. I think it was Mr. Pandey. Right? Yes, whatever. She caused that. So Wall Street, shut your mouth. Come down and vote. That's what you should do. Come down from Old Jersey and vote.
Ian like Monks and George, you brutal too, you know. I don't know, boy. Monks and George, I don't know what kind of food you eating in Tobago, but when I tell you, you're different. Caller, you live?
Yes, I sure will. I have to call back in.
How are you getting back in
Because
and people can't get in once?
I want to tell my partner from across the bridge. You know my partner who just called in from across the bridge, who just called me Crooklyn, but I just call him Falls Street.
That is an American bacchanal that playing out here quite in Trinidad, I neighbor.
Yes, Aisha Wells, that is Falls Street, not Wall Street. I want people of Trinidad and Tobago to know that is Falls Street. The man with only 5 people on the news, on the radio show, and the 5 people is 4 is the family member, including himself. But anyway, what I said about Karen Nunes Teixeira is what I sit down and listen to her interview, Fall Street, which she tried to make the thing look good. And when the person that was interviewing her speak about the small islands who have yet to get the money that is owed to them, she said, oh, yes. Like she tried to push that in she back pocket, Fall Street. So let me stop pretending that I'll stop trying to make this woman look like she invincible. And I want to tell my partner, my good partner, Rowley Jr., that as I said from the beginning, everybody, because before Watson Duke and them went in Tobago, they had allegations. Before Kamala Posada went in the UNC, they had allegations. They had things to say about them. My partner, Rowley Jr., Keith Christopher Rowley did not become leader of Trinidad and Tobago without things in the dark, people talking about him, including the money from Tobago, from the housing scheme and all the different things was going on, right? But that is in the past. I am talking about what's happening now and talking about the leadership that he holds, that Karen Nunes Teixeira's claim that is not good leadership, but she coming after 7 years to claim that she coming to do something for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Now, Wally Jr., you have to remember, Brooklyn ain't talking for himself. Brooklyn talking for the people.
You're echoing, Brooklyn. You're echoing. Caller, you live?
Hi, good evening, sister.
Hey, my dear brother. We have about 2 more minutes. You're my last call.
Well, let me see if I can make it quick. It's quite amazing to hear one man who called Dr. Rowley the blank man and one man who say he was a UNC, come back PNM, go back UNC, debating, but 2 of them in America. 2 men in America fighting to create a political leader and one trying to tell him that he don't see can't win that. And tell him, but all the thing Wall Street, he ain't bet the man. The man say he putting out the money. Well, you should have come out and imagine that. Too far. But you know what happened? Karen, one man was looking for 50,000. So I wonder how much Karen won't go cost Aisha. If one man looking for 50,000, what is the cost of Karen on? So I wonder how much was she getting from that, because here he's saying he might come. Also, all of a sudden, no, it's not, we will be welcome home. No, no, no. If she gets through, if, and that's a big word, if God had to be sleeping dead or some kind of thing for that to happen, we will be welcoming home. We building a house. We are building a home. I hear a man he went to the cabinet. The editor tell me he had to name one floor. That man was very disrespectful to my minister of trade and industry to tell she about wide. I knock it. So tell me about put the third floor for oh God, what is his name again? Oh God, this man that died the other day. Put the third floor for he and name the two floor after the two boys to try to allege this man to be a pedophile. Them kind of disrespectful thing. We want that in our part. We don't want them kind of thing Wall Street. Right? So we don't want Karen, because Karen have a reputation as a man outlined to Tobago that help us along the way lost the election. So we don't want that kind of, wherever this one talking about everybody have allegations, there's a difference between allege and proof. I have a man, was my former attorney general, I have a man, was a lawyer, bring proof to the state to prove that this man was collecting money. He ain't win nothing yet. Right? Unlike Karen was fortunate enough that there was no lawsuit against she. So based on that, all they can talk that kind of talk, but we don't want Karen. So the two foreigners, who don't contribute nothing here, but send a cell phone for somebody and spend the time trying to call you to convince me to get rid of my Lee Kuan Yew. I ain't going down that road at all. If the sink or float, I have a house, imagine my house reaching the parliament to tell me about who building it. What name? This one, son, Calco and this one. Imagine they have a problem with the house that I building. Too big. Want to know where I get the money? That is the level of the UNC has nothing. So Karen have a problem all on a sudden. She now knows you going up for election. You didn't know that all the time. You didn't know this is how the election is done. So this is the first time you're going for 9 days, is it? I don't think so. So before you start, you already start to claim that you are being biased and victimized against. So then why get in the race? If you know all of that, Aisha Wells, how everybody else has the problem that she has? There are so much people going up. How the man who looking for the 50,000 ain't had a problem? And he should have had a problem. And because we considered he more or less was a UNC. So he should look for all the loopholes like Karen to fight. But he ain't doing that. He looking for money. Karen had the money on Wall Street open to get something to come down. You're coming down the train and driver on Karen at Wall Street. But the man call him, imagine that. They change the name. He own US partner. Two of them who help spending chunk money. Turn his own story to get his name. Look at that. Just off a radio program in Trinidad and all. They don't live here. Well, they rock. It's so easy.
Yeah, you said back at Alice, you know. Ole, I'm going home. It is 6 o'clock. Today is Monday. Remember, coming up is the ISUPK. And outside of that, it's going to be the Monday night forum starting at 7. I am out of here, people. Until tomorrow, be safe and have a good one.
Pay some bills on the street 919 FM.